sports.
We are Blackmore. We are San Diego.
Final game of the homestand, and Will Venable is there a hotter hitter in the month of August in the major leagues. Left-handed hitting outfielder hitting .383, 15 extra base hits. That's more than anyone in the majors. And Anthony Rizzo, former Padre, part of the deal that brought Andrew Kashner here to San Diego. They'll be matched up eyeball to eyeball this afternoon. As we welcome you to beautiful Petco Park on a glorious Sunday afternoon, the Cubs from the National League Central and the Padres National League Western Division. And with Mark Grant and Hall of Famer Tony Gwynn, I'm Dick Enberg. Pleased that you've joined us. Sunday, fun day. The Padres need a win to make this homestand 5-5, and they're calling on Andrew Kashner to get the job done.
Majority of pitchers in the big leagues love to pitch at their home digs. And you know what? Andrew Kashner, the numbers prove just that, pitching at Petco Park. And there's a special outing today because it's a team that traded him to the Padres, that being the Chicago Cubs. But 5 home starts, the nice record of the ERA just a skosh over 2. Look at the walks, guys. Only 6 free passes in 35 innings. Andrew Kashner is evolving to a quality starting pitcher. Another big key in these outings, the 5 outings at home, he's only given up 1 home run. A big key today, keep the ball in the ballpark. Hopefully he gets a win against his Cubs.
Anthony Rizzo, a lot of fans were sorry to see him go, but the Padres had Yonder Alonso to cover first base, and Rizzo has pleased the Cubs organization with his effort.
Yeah, and this is exactly like Mark said. You kind of want to show the team that trades you that you're going to turn out to be a pretty good player, and I think Anthony Rizzo is well on his way to doing that. I'm sure he's not happy with the average, only .230, but 20 home runs, 69 RBIs, 32 doubles. He's really shortened his stroke now and is really, I think, starting to move forward as a major league player. And I only expect him to get better because he's got a solid stroke and he's willing to use the whole field. And when you're willing to do that, you're going to have success.
Well, Andrew Kashner, many feel with his talent, he could well be the top of the rotation starter for Bud Black when we go to 2014 season. And with more on the right-hander from Lufkin, Texas, let's go down to Laura McKeeman.
Well, thank you, Dick. And it's always hard not to get too dialed up emotionally when playing against your former team. But Bud Black hopes his starter today can keep those emotions tempered, still pitch aggressively, but not get carried away. Andrew Kashner talks about the improvements he thinks he's made in San Diego in our Geico quote of the game.
I feel like I've grown a lot as a pitcher and a lot as a person. I was young, didn't really know what was going on. And I feel like I have a lot better idea what I want to do out on the mound as far as just growing up as a pitcher. I have a lot better feel for a lot of pitches, and I feel like I've gotten a lot better since then.
Of course, Kashner quick to give the credit to Darren Balsley for those improvements that he feels he's made in San Diego. And, hey, guys, it seems like he'll only continue to improve in this starting rotation.
All right, thank you, Laura. The team has taken the field, and of course, the ritual of shaking hands with the military that are at each position before we start things. And here is the starting lineup for Bud Black. Well, actually, this is Dale Swaim's starting lineup for the Chicago Cubs. It's much like we have seen earlier in the series with Castro, Rizzo, Scherholz homered in the Friday night game. Bogusevic hits cleanup. Junior Lake, good-looking young outfielder. Donnie Murphy, he's had a terrific August as well for the Cubs. Then it's Wellington Castillo getting a start behind the plate. Darwin Barney, he was the star last night with 3 hits. He knocked in 2 and scored 2 and figured in the 3-2 win for Chicago. Andrew Kashner on the mound.
And here's the scouting report for the big right-hander from Texas. Be aggressive with your stuff. We know that he can do that, and don't get too amped up. We talked about it, Tony. You were never traded, but everybody wants to do well.
Yeah.
When you get traded, you want to do better. But when you're pitching against the team that traded you, you really want to do well. Let's see if Andrew can just keep his composure out there. Not that he loses it, but stay within himself, because he should have a good game if he's got his good stuff today.
I agree. I think that's the thing that he's learned this year is that, you got to keep your composure and go out and use your stuff, have confidence in the stuff that you throw, strike one. You know, he's really done a great job of doing those things.
There's the Padres defense, brought to you by the Aramco Group, with Forsythe in left, Venable in center, Denorfia in right, Headley, Cedeno, Jerko, and Guzman around the horn, with Rene Rivera getting a start behind the plate for Andrew Kashner. Beautiful day, 72 degrees, a mild breeze out of the northwest as per usual. Under blue skies, now and then a puffy cloud, and that's it. First pitch of the game, a fastball from Kashner, in for a strike. Starlin Castro and Andrew Kashner start things. Castro leads the team in hits, average down this year 237. Rizzo and Scherholtz to follow. The Cubs and Padres are 3-3 on the season series, 2-2 at Chicago. So this is the final game. This is the rubber match of the entire season series. And the Padres hoping to come up with a win and finish this homestand 5-5. A ball, 2 strikes. It's a 21st start for Kashner. He's pitched much better here at Petco than on the road. 5-3 and a 2.38 here at Petco. 3-5 and almost a 5.00 ERA on the road. That ball slapped down the right field line, right at the foul pole, and it is foul.
You know, we talked about it many times, but if Andrew Kashner can command that fastball at 95, 96, he can maintain that velocity. We've seen that. He should have a good afternoon. And at times, quite frankly, I like the idea of him going after these hitters with the fastball. Prove to him that they can hit it, because I think he can knock the bat out of their hands if he's got the good fastball.
But he goes full count to Castro.
It looked like a slider right there, missing up in the zone.
Looking for his first win against the Cubs. 3 appearances, no wins and 1 loss. Rizzo waiting his turn. Broken bat, shattered, charged by Headley. Bare hand pickup and throw, and Castro is gone. I think in that shattering of the bat, it actually recoiled Castro. He didn't get out of the batter's box.
Oh, that's music to my ears. I just love that. And you know what? I'm going to get that and use it as my ringtone on my phone. I like that too much. That's going to be awesome. A great pitch. I talked about command of the fastball, right? Make him hit it, right? That was in on the fist. No chance for Castro.
You know, Headley made a great play on that.
Yes, he did.
A bare hand and on the run to throw out Castro. That's a good play.
Rizzo leading the team in runs scored, home runs, and RBIs. Just 24 years of age. 2-0. The Adrian Gonzalez trade with the Boston Red Sox brought Rizzo, Casey Kelly, and Raymond Fuentes to the Padres. And Fuentes raising a lot of eyebrows down at Tucson. There's a strike. He went 2 for 5 for Tucson. He just has been elevated up the ranks from San Antonio to Tucson, and went 2 for 5, and his batting average dropped to 418, going 2 for 5 last night. That ball lined to left field, over to cut it off Forsythe, and Rizzo with the first base hit of the game.
Tony, Anthony Rizzo must have been listening to an
I was just going to say, we talked about this in the open. This is why I think he's going to be a good hitter. He's short in that stroke, and he isn't afraid to go the other way. And that's a fastball out over the plate. Keeps his hands inside the baseball and lines it into left center field for a base hit.
And there are probably other pitchers who don't throw as hard as Kashner where he spins on that, right? And tries to pull it.
Right.
But Andrew's mid-90s.
And you're just saying, hey, I don't have to pull him to have success.
And when he was with the Padres and hit in the 100s, he was trying to pull everything.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to live up to the billing that he was getting, too. He's hitting home runs in Tucson. And you know, again, it's the young players that have to kind of learn and figure out who they are and what's going to work. And I think he's well on his way to doing that.
Good base runner. You got to keep an eye on him. Fouled at the plate. And on Friday night, Scherholtz in the first inning when the Cubs scored 6 times, 3 of them on his home run to right field. Number 19 on the season. He's having a banner year for the Cubs after coming up with the Giants, briefly with the Phils.
It'll be interesting as they move forward. The Cubs, that is, as they move forward. You know, which guys they're gonna stick with? As we're surely going to find out in September when they expand the rosters a little bit. But Scherholz has had a solid year for them this year.
Big swing and a miss. 2-2.
Some serious movement on that last pitch. Down and away, two seam.
3 miles an hour with that kind of movement.
Yeah.
That's scary.
The glove of Rivera remains 2-2. So September 1 arrives a week from tomorrow. That'll be the call up where all the rosters can go to 40 men if they choose. Most teams will not bring up the full complement. For one, some of those players in the minors are in their own playoff games. Out of play. And you just you can only manage so many players. Usually maybe 3-4 pitchers, couple position players.
You know, it's usually a catcher in there somewhere because you like to have some insurance in that at that position. September baseball is usually a lot about matchups, so it's usually pitchers.
It sounded like he might have gotten a foul tip, but that was because the ball skipped in, and it's the first strikeout for Cashner.
This is where you want to miss if you're a pitcher. He has him in the hole. It's a slider. You can see his hand working around that baseball. Ball is stopped by Rivera on the backhand. First base is occupied, so no need to tag the hitter for the second out.
Brian Bogusevic, 64 at bats, 19 hits for that .297 average. Lined out to left field as a pinch hitter last night, and he hits this one down the left side and well back out of play. Right place at the right time for that young fan. .96 on the fastball. Rizzo at first base. Takes a little bigger lead. Barking out the strike call, Paul Schreiber, plate umpire.
Don't you love that sound? There's two sounds that just make me smile ear to ear. One is snapping a bat in half, and the other is when a catcher catches that ball right in the pocket. You could throw 85, 86, you hear that pop. That does wonders for the ego.
Well, you had to do a whole cacophony of baseball sounds for your ring. On your telephone.
My dad was my coach in Little League, and he used to warm me up on the sidelines, right? And he had this catcher's glove, and he could just every pitch I threw, he could just get that ball in that pocket to where it was just smack. And he goes, Mark, I do that because the other team's going to be looking over saying, wow.
Intimidating.
That guy throws pretty hard over there.
And you did throw hard.
Yeah, he did.
So 3-2. That'll get Rizzo a jump start at first base. So Alonso backs off. He'll play deep behind the runner.
Step off. There you go. You get too big of a lead over there. You could race him over to the bag possibly, or have the first baseman Guzman sneak in behind him.
Ball 4. He did not go, says third base umpire Yori Cooper. So it's become an inning of labor for Andrew Cashner. 24 pitches, and he's not out of the first inning. Single Rizzo. Struck out Scherholz on a 3-2 pitch, and now Bogusevic on a 3-2 walks.
like what we talked about before, is that you're going against your former club, trying to, trying to do too much.
Center fielder Junior Lake. He's someone they're going to try to build around. Only 23 years of age. Good looking athlete. Sharply hit, but Headley goes to the bag with that hot shot on the unassisted play, and that's it for the Cubs in the first. DeNorfia will lead off the Padre first. Lexus dealer inviting you to test drive a luxurious Lexus automobile today. By Petco, where the healthy pets go. And by Farmers Insurance. Contact your local agent at 888-96 Farmers.
It's at the Aerospace Museum, Dick. Here
up in Balboa Park.
Yeah.
Of course, you'll look around. You'll find the Colonel's name there, Jerry Coleman, who's in the local Aeronautical Hall of Fame. As we check the Padres lineup, brought to you by Toyota. DeNorfia leads it off, then Venable. Super hot with the bat is Venable. Then Jed Jerko, he's come around, got the home run ball going. Chase Headley moves back into the cleanup spot with Jesus Guzman against a left-handed starter, batting fifth. Forsythe sixth. Ronnie Cedeno inserted at shortstop. Rene Rivera gives Hundley a start off, and Kashner will bat ninth. DeNorfia, especially tough against lefties, hitting .270. All 9 of his home runs against left-handers. As we look at Chris Russin for the first time, he's from the Detroit area, Dearborn, Michigan, and a product of the University of Kentucky. Line to right field, and that's pretty deep. Sherholtz has room at the edge of the track to make the catch.
Well, here's the scouting report for the Michigander, Mr. Edberg. Is that right? Michigander? Yeah. Chris Russin, he throws a fastball, cutter, change, a curveball, and a slider, but the command is key. He's got an average breaking ball, and he's not overpowering. Tony, would you like to elaborate on that?
Which means he's a soft tosser.
Exactly.
So you got to stay back, and you got to make him come in the strike zone.
Right, Tony, because he's only going to top out about 89, 90 miles an hour. So that's why he has to really locate.
He was a 4th-round pick of the Cubs 4 years ago. Here's Will Venable. .273 now his average. And he is done especially well, and the good news is against left-handed pitching. Tony, in the last 15 games against lefties, hitting .414 with 5 homers.
Infield shifted over as if he's dead pull.
Well, goes around. Home run last night for the Padres' first run against left-handed pitching.
Wow.
What a jump up in performance. Look at the slugging percentage.
Yeah. It's huge.
2-1. Broken bat, Looper on the infield, and Rizzo there for the grab. 2 away. Brings Brings up Jed Jerko and the Cubs defense. Brought to you by Hyundai, Bogusevic, Lake, and Cheerholz left to right in the outfield. Rizzo at first, Donnie Murphy over at third, Castro and Barney, the double play combo up the middle, and Castillo behind the plate for Chris Russin. It's his 8th start for the Cubs, his first time ever against this San Diego lineup. Jerko looks at ball 1. Jed boosting his home run total up to 16 now. Missed over 30 games, or he'd be in the 20s. 2-0. Good homestand. 4 home runs in the 9 games so far this homestand. Outside, 3-0. Day games, the Cubs on the road are 11-11, but at home 13-26. Just at the knees, says Schreiber. 3-1. And Russin, more success on the road than at home.
Yeah, the friendly confines not so friendly, huh?
Pulled to third. On the run is Murphy. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Chris Russin. To the second, no score.
Tyson Ross starting to pop in the seats.
Top of the second inning, scoreless in Petco Park, and Andrew Kashner back on the mound after laboring a bit in the first inning. And Bud Black saying before the game that he has to make sure he tempers his emotions against his former team. Sometimes that's difficult to do, Bud said, especially when it's a team that not only drafted you, but basically raised you. So he said even though Andrew's made a couple of starts against the Cubs, the emotion is still there naturally, and we need to make sure he's pitching with aggression and emotion, but we want to let that make sure it doesn't get carried away, guys. And I wanted to ask Mark and Tony, how hard is that when you are pitching against a team that drafted you, raised you, and you're trying to compete and show what you're made of?
You know what, Laura, thank you very much on that report. And Tony, he never got traded, so he couldn't answer that, but I could. And I'll tell you what, I know exactly what Andrew's going through, because when I was traded from the Giants, who I came up through the system, made it to the big leagues, got traded to the Padres, and my first time against the Giants, I wanted to, you know what? I know this is a family show, yeah. So, you know, and I maybe, you know, it took maybe an inning or two to get that out of my system, but I know exactly what Andrew's going through today.
How'd you do?
You know what? Chances are I got the loss. As we take a look at one of the secondary pitches of Andrew Cashner, really dipping off the table there. When you get a hitter going down to that back knee, you're doing something special there.
Donnie Murphy striking out for the first out here in the second. Here's catcher Wellington Castillo. Cashner, lanky 6'6", 219 pounds. Off speed.
Good slider. Boy, if he gets the touch of that and the feel of that pitch, watch out.
It just seems like he's in a better rhythm here this inning already.
Oh, Rivera just put down another 3. That's where you want it.
Yep. And he struck out Sherholtz and Murphy with the slider.
Fastball away.
A little late on the fastball.
There's a lot of lead on the fastball. That's easy 98 right there.
Cashner grew up in a family that owned a mortuary, and
really?
One of his jobs as a kid was digging graves, maintaining plots. Did a coffee show with Andrew that's going to be shown shortly. Swing and a miss. A couple of strikeouts here to open the second. He said he also had in high school an enterprising mowing business. He had a big mower, needed to mow lawns. He told me, hard to believe, he said one weekend I made $1,000 just mowing lawns. Now those are big lawns, mind you.
Huge. Texas.
Hey, he's an entrepreneur earning some cash, no pun intended, when you're a youngster. Learning about hard work, right?
That's a good thing.
Absolutely.
Darwin Barney, he was the thorn in the Padres side last night with 3 hits, a home run, an RBI double, and he scored what proved to be the winning run in the 3-2 Cubs victory. Inside edge.
We're talking about Cashner. I remember him at TCU when he was a closer at TCU. And, you know, you come in for an inning and you throw 98, 99 miles an hour. And, you know, for one inning, I just didn't think very much of it. But seeing him evolve into what he's become. Barney with his home run last night that gave him the lead. But seeing where Cashner is today, I mean, he's getting to be that complete guy.
Did you see that kind of talent?
You know, I didn't see him as a starter because we had only seen him as the closer. But I didn't think, I thought he would be a closer at the professional level. And when he went to the Cubs, that's what I was thinking. He was going to probably be their closer.
And he was used as a relief pitcher, never quite to be the closer.
You know, since we have Houston Street on this club as well, and he's told the story, I don't think I've ever heard a story like Houston Street's to where he was specifically a closer through college.
Yeah, because there was no other position available.
And then that's the way he was, the minor leagues in his big league career.
Yeah, freshman in Texas. He wanted to start. Strikes out the side. Andrew Cashner gets Murphy, Castillo, and Barney. 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings for Cashner.
one of this year's Fox Sports supports charities. Johns Hopkins is at the forefront of groundbreaking research into autoimmune disorders like multiple sclerosis and lupus. Join us, won't you, in the fight against autoimmune diseases? Donate now by visiting hopkinsmedicine.org/Fox. Dick?
All right, Chase Headley. Mark Grant will lead off. Bottom of the second inning, no score. Then Guzman and Forsythe. That one chopped toward third, and Russin trying to make the play himself and can't do it. Throwing the dirt. And Rizzo unable to come up with it cleanly, and Headley is safe at first. And they're scoring it, an infield hit.
Turnover, and Chase hits it down the line. He had a little bit of trouble getting that out of his glove, but see the throws on into the runner at first base. Rizzo can't come up with it. It looks like a line drive in the box score tomorrow.
I think Russin threw that ball hard to first base, and he's thrown to home plate. He got a little extra on that one, kind of shortchanged him over there at first base on the short hop.
Brings up Jesus Guzman. It's the start against the lefty Russin. The Padres have the bags packed, and Brian Perlman, the traveling secretary, equipment manager, has the buses ready to go to the airport right after the game and then on to Phoenix. 3 with the Diamondbacks. All 3 games at 6 o'clock. Our telecast from Arizona. 6 o'clock tomorrow night. It'll be Tyson Ross against Brandon McCarthy. Off day for travel Thursday to Los Angeles, and then the Dodgers next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Two and 0 to Guzman.
I'd like to see the Padres get these hitters' counts this afternoon and crush a mistake. Make some noise. Have this crowd get up out of their chairs here. Heard a gentleman down there trying to get it going there. Let's go Padres. Guzman can get something going here.
Get those Marine recruits up in the right field corner to start cheering. Great to have them with us on this Sunday as always. Hope they have a good time. Looks as if they're being accommodated handsomely by the Padre management. Guzman, a day game hitter, 293 under the sunshine, 233 overall. That'll be out of play. So statistician extraordinaire Mike Trussell said that in your debut against your former teammates, the Giants with the Padres, 7 innings, you allowed only 3 runs, 6 hits, no support. You lost 3-1.
Really?
Yeah.
Bats were cold again, huh?
That was typical back then. That's why we made that deal.
I'll bet you Tony Gwynn drove in that only run, too.
No, I bet I did.
3-1 now to Jesus Guzman with Logan Forsythe on deck.
See, that's the amazing thing about technology and the internet these days and all these websites. You can find out everything, pitch by pitch, back in the 80s.
I don't want them to do that, honestly. You know, Dick was talking about how Brian's got the bags packed and the bus is ready. I'm glad I don't have to get
That's what you don't miss, huh?
No, not at all.
We're going to miss you, though.
I love doing the games. I just, you know, the road is not a fun place anymore.
3-1. And ball 4. Borderline call, and Guzman has the walk. First from Russin. 2 on, no one out for the Padres here in the second.
Like a backdoor slider or something, huh?
Backdoor, yes.
Working around it.
Cutter
could
maybe
be.
Got around it a little bit. He wanted that call. He didn't get it. So.
Now that'll bring up Logan Forsythe, as Bud Black has loaded the lineup with right-handed bats today. The only lefty, Will Venable. And the runner's able to get back as Forsythe pops up his bunt try for the first down.
That hurts.
Yeah.
That's where you have to capitalize. Got to get that bunt down. Nobody more ticked off right now than Logan Forsythe. He knows. Didn't get the job done. He needs to do that to get those runners over.
You're not butting for a hit there. You're
right.
trying to. You're
but it looked as if he was.
And that's what I'm saying. It's a situation like that. You just want to move the runners up. Give yourself. We saw it last night. Emerista giving himself up, squaring early, puts the bunt down, and you're right. Nobody feels worse about it than he does right now. But
got to get it down.
You got to square up.
Better position to get it down.
Give yourself up. You're not trying to surprise and drop one down for a base hit.
Ronnie Cedeno takes ball 1. Yeah, for you folks, especially you youngsters out there are two kinds of bunts. Right. Bunts for base hits and sacrifice bunts. And they're called sacrifice because you give yourself up. And many players try to combine the two, hope they can sacrifice and get a base hit too.
Exactly.
And now a perfect double play ball. Second baseman Barney back to first, and it's a 4-3 double play. Padres were 1 for 10 runners in scoring position last night. They failed the first time today. Light on Sundays, of course, at Petco Park. Padres wear their camouflage uniforms, and we salute the services of our armed forces. And today, U.S. Air Force Day, and the salute to the men who fly and protect. And we're pleased to have Master Sergeant Brandon Bennett with us up in the booth. But earlier, he had some duties.
He's getting the sign. Come set. Nice leg kick, getting up top there, Master Sergeant. Nicely done. Congrats.
About to finish 20 years of service with the United States Air Force, and looking to retire and want to stay here in San Diego.
Love to have an opportunity to stay here. Yeah, absolutely.
So in that, we've talked about this in the past, Brandon, about men retiring, and after leaving the service, you would think, it'd be easy to get a job. We all admire what you've done. We're so thankful for what you've given to all of us and our country, and yet it's not easy to get employment.
Well, sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. We've got plenty of support opportunities out there, lots of resources available to us now, opening up day in and day out. Wounded Warrior Project has helped me a lot with my opportunities when I retired, and yeah, there are some, but it's part of the economy as well. But there's many organizations out there that are supporting us and helping us.
Well, we hear about the Wounded Warrior Project quite a bit. See commercials on TV. What else can people do to help out in that area? Because I know you're heavily involved.
We can work. You can go to woundedwarriorproject.org. There's opportunities there to give, donate, as well as opportunities to volunteer as well.
Of course, all over the United States. Is there a certain area in San Diego where people can maybe go and maybe volunteer as well?
They have numerous events throughout the California, Nevada area. So they will be providing many opportunities. that someone could get involved in there.
248 combat missions.
Yes, sir.
What was your specific role?
I was a flight engineer, so my job was to get the aircraft prepared to fly, as well as monitor all the systems in flight, maintain fuel and hydraulics on the aircraft, as well as manage the checklists and any emergencies that arose.
So you had responsibilities before takeoff, and then you were in the air continuing your job.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you have any desire to fly? I mean, pilot?
I did. I joined the Air Force in '94 and was a mechanic for quite some time, and wanted to be a pilot. Finished my degree, got everything done. I was a little too old.
Where did you go to school?
I was born in Phoenix, went to Shadow Mountain High School, but then I went to Embry-Riddle while I was in active duty.
I would think that with your skills as an engineer, that there ought to be many opportunities here. Well, in a way, here's a chance to recruit this man.
Absolutely.
You enjoy getting out on the hill and throwing that first pitch?
Always. Brought back some old memories.
Now, you said you were from Phoenix.
Yes.
Now, growing up, there was minor league baseball.
Yes, Phoenix Firebirds.
The Firebirds. Were you a big fan?
I was. And I grew up playing baseball. Played year-round for about 15 years.
What was your position?
Catcher.
Hey,
I can see that.
Yeah. Love calling a game.
Boy, jammed. And now it is Starlin Castro. So a couple outs here. Russin back to the mound, and now Castro in his kitchen. And
we're going to break down your delivery, and you need to get a little bit more extended out on top there, Master Sergeant.
You
had the elbow up nicely.
I'll try.
You were square to home plate. And thank goodness you've got a good hands back there, like Clayton Richard also did back to the screen.
Yeah, I know. I've been charged with my first pass ball.
Oh, that's great, though. That's quite an honor for you to do that. A lot of fun.
And your son Chaz is here. How old is he?
He is. He's 6.
And so he got a chance to see Dad.
Yeah,
throw
absolutely.
The pitch.
He was out there on the mound with me. It was awesome.
That's great. Well, he certainly is the one major league team that has really inspired all the others to salute our military, and everyone gives the Padres credit for all the good things they do. There's
Master Sergeant, why don't you introduce your son to everybody?
This is my son Chaz. Say hi, Chaz.
Look at that red hair.
You proud of your daddy? He's a good guy, isn't he? Good man. You going to join the Air Force someday?
Yeah, he wants to be a pilot.
Or be a big leaguer.
He'll play baseball?
Yeah.
Hey, you might be able to do both.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go to the Air Force Academy and play baseball there. Get in your service, and then afterwards, guys like Roger Staubach served in the Navy for 8 years, and then came back to be a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rizzo singled his first time up and fouls that back.
Have you got a chance to meet the Colonel, Jerry Coleman?
I did.
What kind of stories did he share with you?
We talked just briefly while we were in there.
Yeah, good man.
Everybody's getting settled. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
We showed some shots of the Aeronautical Museum here at Balboa Park. Have you had a chance to see that?
I haven't been out there yet. No.
You'll enjoy taking your children there.
We'll be there.
Rizzo goes down swinging strike 3. And we thank Master Sergeant Brandon Bennett for your service and for the opportunity to meet you today.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
For our AT&T Twitter poll question, because the Cubs are in town, we're asking you about your favorite movies that were filmed in Chicago. And here are your choices. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, hashtag Ferris movie. The Untouchables, hashtag Untouchables movie. The Fugitive, hashtag Fugitive movie. Blues Brothers, hashtag Blues movie. And Risky Business, hashtag Risky movie. So tweet in your choices and tell us why. We'll have the results later on in the show. And guys, I don't know about you, but I'm going Ferris Bueller on this one.
Boy, that's a tough one.
Laura, that's a good call. Dick, what do you think?
I like The Fugitive.
I do
thought
too.
That was a
Fugitive is
terrific
good too.
ground ball. Nice stop by Murphy at third. The long throw. And denied a base hit is Rene Rivera as Donnie Murphy covers the line with that piece of leather.
Actually, two steps to his right and then kind of backed up a step to time that hop where it's kind of like belt buckle high. Nice crow hop, too.
Excuse me, another thing he did is he knew he had time. And he knew Rivera doesn't run all that great, and he had time, set his feet, and made a strong throw.
Andrew Kastner, we all know he loves to swing the bat. He's got 10 hits this year to lead the Padre pitching staff, including a home run. And he told me in our coffee chat that home run is the biggest thrill he's had in baseball. I said, come on.
He said
that's
a pretty big one.
Yeah. Chops that to short. Castro on the second hop. 2 away.
Well, Tony, I got some info for you.
Uh-oh.
Remember we did some research on my first start after being traded from the Giants to the Padres? I pitched against the Padres.
No hitting support.
I mean against the Giants.
No hitting support.
No hitting support.
Yeah. Tony Gwynn was 2 for 4 that day. He drove in the only run. And how did that run to come across? A home run off Big Daddy Rick Russell.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You remember that?
No, I don't. I don't remember that.
I don't either.
I don't remember that.
Denorfia, the leadoff hitter, sent right fielder Sherholtz to the warning track to grab his long fly ball in the first inning.
Big Daddy was fun to watch pitch, wasn't he? Sinker, slider.
Sinker. Oh, heavy. Bowling ball.
One of my favorite guys watching as a Cub growing up.
Rick Rusher was the guy Bo Jackson hit the home run
Yes.
off of in the All-Star game. And if you know Rick Rusher, we've seen him pitch, and that sinker, there's no way you're supposed to lift that ball like Bo did.
Well, Rick and his brother, Paul Russell, they're part of baseball history. Back in '75, they were the first brother act to pitch a shutout, a combined shutout. Line drive, base hit for Denorfia.
Imagine going into Wrigley. Remember, I was talking about the thick grass that they have in Wrigley, facing the Russell brothers. Heavy sinker. Oh, it's not fun.
Worm killers,
Yeah.
In fact, the joke around the guys I hung around with who were baseball fans, Cubs fans, they said there was no such person as Paul Russell. Rick just went out there with glasses on because they looked quite a bit alike.
Yeah, they were big guys, both of them, out of the same mold. Here's Venable. He popped to the first baseman of Rizzo, a soft pop in the first inning. "15 extra base hits in the month of August. That's more than Chris Davis, more than Miguel Cabrera. He leads the major leagues in extra base hits in August, but he goes short, trying to bunt his way on. Last night, gets out in front and pulls that home run ball right down the foul pole. Hit one 441 feet Friday night. That was 360 feet. Most home runs in a single season at Petco Park since it was built. He's tied with Adrian Gonzalez. A chance to separate himself with another month to go. Ground ball sharply. Rizzo to second base. He may have forgotten how many outs there were. He had an easy out there at first base, but a little flashier to get the force at second. They'll be ribbed. Cubs. No runs, 1 hit against Andrew Kashner, Mark Green.
And he has fallen into a groove. The first inning, he gave up a hit. He walked the batter. He left 2 on base. But after that, really settling down. 5 strikeouts. We talked about the secondary pitches. And in the second inning, the slider's really coming into play here against these Cubs. And also the spotted fastball into the righties. He's broken 2 bats. Great two-seam action on that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. And there you see the breakdown. 5 strikeouts, 4 grounders, no flyouts. That means he's getting good action down in the zone. Making some quality pitches.
Just better rhythm.
Yep.
Since the first.
Shearholtz, Bogusevic, and Junior Lake. They hit in the top of the 4th inning. Shearholtz struck out the first time.
We talked about the two-seam action. Look at the action on this pitch to Rizzo last half inning. That's 95, yo. Down and away. He wanted it in, but still. Kept it down in the zone, and Rizzo swung right over the top of it.
Didn't miss by much. 94.
That was a strike. My goodness.
Fox Tracks confirming that.
Same pitch. Look at the movement on this pitch, though.
Yeah. That's two-seam. You can see the ball rotating that way. Straightens him up.
He's backing out, but that ball's going the other way.
High pop-up left side. Headley waits for it to come down, and there's one away.
That was strike 4 right there.
Strike 4?
Strike 4, yeah.
Here's Bogusevic. He walked the first time. Only 2 base runners allowed by Kashner back in the first inning. Rizzo singled to left and a 2-out walk to Bogusevic. But since then, 8 straight retired by the Padre right-hander.
And I say that because as a pitcher, and I'm sure every pitching coach you ever pitched for said this, is that you're going to throw pitches and sometimes you're not going to get the call.
Right.
You just got to go to the next pitch.
Yeah.
And,
that's tough sometimes.
And it is,
yeah.
especially, when you get into those jams. But that ball broke back right over the heart of the plate. He didn't call it. Okay, no problem. Go to the next pitch.
11-13. First pitch strikes for Kashner.
He jumps quickly in front of Bogusevic. 2 strikes.
It's got to be the same way from a hitter, Tony, isn't it? If it's a ball off the plate and it's called a strike, that's got to eat
turn
at
the
you.
page. Yeah, I only would fuss sometimes because sometimes it would change the whole way back.
Right.
But most of the time, you just go on about your business.
High fly ball to center, hit well, but room out there for Will Venable right at the edge of the warning path. 9 in a row for Kashner.
Keeping the ball down nicely. Two-seamer. Look at on contact. That's at the knees or even below, out front just a little bit.
Did a nice job getting to that pitch because usually balls down where that one was, you're not going to get hurt very often.
Junior Lake hit a smash to Headley the first time up. Headley taking care of that bid for a base hit. In a 7-game hitting streak is this 23-year-old.
Yeah, the defense never a question for Lake. I mean, that's what the Cubs have been saying about this youngster. It's all about adjusting to the big league pitching. And
he looks really athletic.
6th time that Kashner's had a 0-2 count. Wastes the slider outside. No score. We're in the top of the 4th here at Petco Park, concluding this 10-game homestand. Strike 3. Foul tip into the catcher's glove. 6 strikeouts for Kashner. Jed Jerko will lead it off for the Padres in the home half of the 4th inning. The Padres looking for a run on that board. It's scoreless. usual, a salute to the Marine recruits and drill instructors, Company D, 2nd Recruit Training Battalion, with us on this Sunday. Saluting overall the Air Force, U.S. Air Force, but also the Marines getting their usual moment in the sun with the Marine hymn. Always great to have them with us. Jed Jerko grounded to third his first time. Chris Russin has allowed only 2 hits, singles by Headley and Denorfia. Since the All-Star break, Jerko there with the big boys with 8 home runs. Paul Goldschmidt leading the way. We'll see him tomorrow night with the D-backs in Arizona. Arizona begins tonight or today, trailing the Dodgers by 9.5 games, and we'll also get a chance to see Joe Thatcher. Upcoming 3-game series. Six o'clock on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. Our broadcast time here on Fox Sports San Diego. Trying to go to right field. They've not announced the Padres as yet who will be the starting pitcher on Wednesday. That would have been Edinson Volquez's spot in the rotation. Tyson Ross goes tomorrow night. Ian Kennedy against his former teammates on Tuesday night.
Now that's a hat right there. All the logos.
No score in the ballpark that is toughest to score runs in the major leagues. Less runs scored here than any major league park.
Nice layoff right there by Jed Jerko.
Even with the right field wall moved in this year, and that has added to some home runs. It is a pitcher's park.
Yeah, you know, they've done such a fine job with that jack deck out there, and it just makes it look like that's the way the ballpark was built.
Struck him out. Jerko goes down swinging, and that is the first strikeout of the game.
All right, gang, the Fox Sports Girls Fantasy Football Draft is back. Tune in live to foxsports.com/fantasy draft on August 29th to see who the San Diego girls select. Hosted by Patrick O'Neill and fantasy expert Ryan Fowler. The draft kicks off August 29th at 6 p.m. Pacific. Streaming live on foxsports.com/fantasy draft.
You get involved in the fantasy football draft?
No. I don't either.
It takes a lot of time. But I have friends, they just into it right up to their kneecaps.
When I played, we had a fantasy football league.
It's huge right now.
With the Padres. Oh, yeah. And I'm sure.
I mean, for everybody.
Most teams.
All walks of life.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
They're going to have the draft. I saw a note down the clubhouse. Padres are going to have their draft in Arizona.
In Arizona, yeah, that's what we used to do.
So you get in a room and you only
somebody
have
has to buy the food and somebody buys the drink.
And maybe sneak in, get a free meal tonight.
You can watch. Yeah, you guys should go and watch. I'm sure they'd love to have you.
70-degree day here in San Diego, but when you're in those sun seats, it can get a little warmer. 3-1, and ball 4. Headley has walked. That's the second given up by Chris Russin. Headley on for the second time. Infield hit the first at bat. Guzman, he walked in the second inning. Out of play. Did you ever see the breakdown of your average, Tony, day games versus night games? Was it about the same, or did you do better?
I would say I probably did better in the daytime, but I loved playing at night. I wasn't really a daytime. I didn't really like hitting in the daytime.
But your own just metabolism, or
just because, my eyes. I used to squint in the daytime, and until
you wore glasses
I started
later,
wearing
right?
sunglasses, and I learned to relax a little bit. But I thought I saw the ball much better at night.
fouled at the plate.
And one of the things we need to find out, you were talking about offense here at Petco Park. Qualcomm was the same way. It was a pitcher's park. But if you hit line drives in that ballpark, you could be successful. I think the same thing about Petco.
Well, the bottom line, Tony, is that you hit well day or night. 335 during the day, 340 during the night.
Somebody just told you that?
Yep.
Wow.
You also hit 335 at Wrigley, my friend.
Which meant I didn't hit a whole bunch of balls that landed in the grass first. The rule in Wrigley was hit the dirt first. The first hop had to hit the dirt.
Yep. It used to be a jungle.
When guys were coming in and they were checking the flags to see which way the flags were blowing, I was checking the cut of the grass.
1-2 now to Guzman. Yeah, at times they let that infield grass grow so heavily and deep that there was like an Easter egg hunt for the infielder to find the ball.
Dick, in 1984, you had Larry Boa and Ron Say on the left side, Ryan Sandberg and Leon Durham on the right. The left side was just a tad thicker than the right side because the guys on the right side were a little bit younger. And so they tailored their field to their ball club.
I remember pitching as a Padre in Wrigley, Andre Dawson at the plate. He squares one up. I mean, just on the screws. From my vantage point, it hits to my right on the grass. Gary Templeton actually had to charge the ball because the grass just ate it up.
Yep.
It's like a Brillo pad.
And it's not like that anymore.
Right, no.
They changed Wrigley and put new surface down. And so it's more like our surface here at Petco now. But back in the day, you were talking about Easter eggs. You couldn't find Easter eggs.
No, he got it picked off. And he may have made it. Nope. Punches him out. So Russin picks his spot and picks off Headley.
They went on first move there. And the throw to the shortstop side.
That's pretty close.
Yes, it was.
Ball beat him, and often you don't get the call when that happens. So 2 out. And the count on Guzman is 2-2. And a high drive to right field. Sherholtz is there. Back a couple of steps. And we've gone 4 full innings here at Petco. No score.
Between the Padres and the Cubs. And some good news for Corey Lukey, who will be with the team when they go to Arizona. He'll throw a side session on Tuesday. Bud Black and Darren Balsley will be alongside to see how his progress is coming. And then he'll go with the team to Los Angeles to throw another side session when they get there. So, of course, monitoring him, but they say his progress is a positive thing. Casey Kelly today, another pitcher recovering from Tommy John surgery, has been playing catch, and Bud Black said he was pleased with Casey Kelly's work and pleased with his progress. He's right on track. And then also another thing to look out for, Carlos Quentin may run in Arizona. It will either be in Arizona or LA, Dick, but they are hoping, optimistic, that it will be in Arizona.
Well, much to monitor as we move into the final month of the season. September 1st is a week from tomorrow. And when you think about the pitching staff next year, you've got the development of Cashner and Tyson Rossi and Kennedy. And then if Lukey's okay, Kelly's all right.
Yeah.
Joe Whelan's a little farther behind the other two, recovering from his Tommy John.
Reason to be optimistic, right?
I was watching Casey Kelly play catch today out in right field, and he looked pretty comfortable throwing. Yep. So hopefully that's a good sign.
Donnie Murphy leads off the Cubs' 5th inning. He struck out the first time. Cashner has 6 strikeouts through 4 innings. He's walked 1 man and allowed just 1 hit. Anthony Rizzo single in the first. Well, the Cubs fans, you never know. Wait till next year. That's great. Fouled at the plate. Murphy, Castillo, and Barney against Cashner here in the 5th. Who were the best fans away from San Diego for you, Tony, and just in terms of they knew baseball, they knew they could cheer the opposing team? Swing and a miss. That's number 7 for Cashner.
It was St. Louis. That was just a phenomenal place.
7 strikeouts now for Cashner and all swinging.
Again, after that first inning, he's just been in a nice rhythm here, throwing all his pitches for strikes, working ahead.
Castillo struck out swinging the first time. Our Sequan Casino Vacation stat of the game. National League leaders, most strikeouts by a team's hitters. The Pirates 325. The Cubs have struck out 311 times, ahead of the Mets.
That's a lot of punchies since the All-Star break, huh? A lot of swings and misses.
On the season, the Cubs strikeout total 978. The Padres 1,019. Line drive, that's a base hit, and it's up the alley, right center. Denorfia over to cut it off and quickly get it back in and hold Castillo to a long single.
Any other runner, that might have been a chance to try to have a hustle double, a leg double. Denorfia going away from the play there in the right center field, doing a good job. But Castillo, he's not going to win any 100-meter dashes.
Well, Denorfia did a great job of cutting that ball off.
Second hit off Andrew Cashner, and that interrupts a string of outs that had gone to 11 in a row. Darwin Barney struck out swinging the first time. Yeah, looking ahead to next year, and the pitchers we mentioned, Casey Kelly, Corey Lukey, Joe Whelan, Bert Smith probably will get a call up in September. Robbie Erlin probably we're just guessing here. We don't know that for certain.
Hey, we're fans too, right?
Yeah. And that'll make it. Darren Balsley going to have himself some arms next year. High fly ball center field. Venable out there. No tag by Castillo. 2 outs, and the pitcher Chris Russin steps up.
Tony, I don't mean to put you on the spot here. It's just a general baseball question. Baseball talk. I am trying to rack my brain to figure out Andrew Cashner with his velocity and that type of movement. I can't think of another pitcher that I either played against or with that had that combination.
I can't either.
You know, because usually when a guy throws 96, 97, right, it's pretty straight.
Yeah, pretty straight.
And if and guys like that usually don't even try to throw a 2-seam fastball, right?
Right.
Because it's like 4-seam Powder River.
Most guys can't hit the 4-seam.
That's right.
He's throwing 2-seam 95 with good movement, good solid
Can
movement.
you think of anybody?
I can't think of anybody.
Clemens, Seaver, Ryan, did they?
Those guys were pretty straight, you know?
I didn't face a lot of those guys in their heyday, but just in my day, I can't think of a guy who threw that hard with that kind of movement on the fastball.
Good movement on that pitch. Now that looked like a 4-seam fastball because it had straighter action on it. It was away at 95.
And again, I faced guys like Greg Maddox in his best day was 91, 92 with good movement, but
see the 4-seam movement on that tee?
Backspin.
Yeah.
1-2 now on the opposing pitcher Russin.
Now I think he's got him set up for a fastball inside. Might throw over to first base right here. Nope. That
takes a good
two-seamer
cut.
inside. Love that pitch.
When you throw that hard, if you're not committed to swinging at it, you're not going to pull the trigger.
Russin coming into the game 1 for 11. He swings the bat better than that. Nubs that foul. Former Kentucky Wildcat. He feels comfortable in that blue uniform.
Hey, what movie did you pick on the Twitter poll? Was it The Fugitive?
I mean, I didn't really pick it, but I did that comment. I liked it. Yeah.
Mine's Blues Brothers. Come on. Joliet Jake, Elwood Blues.
I thought you said for you.
No, I picked Blues Brothers.
We'll see what
Getting
the
out of the
fans
Joliet
think.
prison at the first scene of the movie, picking up his brother in the black and white.
Fly ball to left field. Forsythe there. And we're at the halfway mark in this one. 4.5 in the books. No score. Diego brought to you by Sequan. Real friendly, real close. And by the Arumco Group. Purchase, refinance, reverse. Bottom of the 5th inning. Padres and Cubs in a scoreless deadlock. Logan Forsythe, Ronnie Cedeno, and Rene Rivera at bat for Bud Black's crew. Only 2 hits for the Padres. Headley an infield hit and a single by Denorfia to right. Rizzo a single to left. And a base hit Castillo to right field in the top half of this 5th inning. That's been it. Well, Chris Russin, who's 2 wins and 3 losses. Nice ERA of 3.08 coming into the game. Doesn't overpower you, but he's shown that he knows the definition of pitching.
Yep. And Tony, goes back to what you're talking about, how a hitter has to realize and be willing to go the opposite way. A soft tosser, maybe Logan Forsythe thinking right center field here.
Tried to bunt his way on, sacrifice situation, and popped up to the catcher the first time. Padres' best opportunity in the second. Headley safe on an infield hit leading off, then Guzman walked. So first and second, no one out. But Forsythe bunted on a pop fly to the catcher, and Cedeno hit into a 4-3 double play. Ground ball left side. Castro into the hole for the first down. Cedeno, the hitter.
Just doing a nice job of keeping Padre hitters off balance. Yep. Working all the way on that third base side of the rubber.
Did that matter to you, facing a pitcher?
You know what? It did for one pitch only, the fastball. And Bob Welsh was the first guy that got all the way on one side of the rubbers on the first base side. And
Bob Welch, Ebony Eyes, or Bob Welch
with the Dodgers?
Oh,
yeah.
I got you. Okay.
Bob Welch was painting the outside corner, and I'm standing in the box thinking it was a ball.
Yeah.
He was the first guy that made me realize, that for that one pitch, I need to know, where it was going to be on the plate.
A convenient one hopper to the third baseman Murphy, and Cedeno's out. 2 quick ground ball outs by Chris Russin. Brings up Rene Rivera. He grounded to the third baseman his first time. Seven groundouts for Chris Russin.
You haven't solved him yet either. I mean, the base hits they got, Murphy had dropped one in the right center, and Headley had an infield hit, but really there hadn't been a whole lot of balls hit hard today.
That's for certain. Rivera's ball last time to third base was hit hard.
Yeah, that might have been the only one.
One and one.
You know who Russin it just occurred to me. You know what kind of reminds me a little bit of?
Wade LeBlanc.
Not a bad call, but
that's a good call.
I was thinking like Jeff Facero or like a Kurt Reeder.
Jeff Facero too harder, I would say. I think Wade LeBlanc is pretty good. Change up just like that.
That was LeBlanc's big pitch.
With a cut fastball, working all the way on the third base side of the rubber. That's a change up right there. It's a circle change.
Both pitchers working at a nice pace. 2-2 now to Rivera. 2 outs, bases empty. The Cubs nothing and the Padres nothing. Full count. Well, the Padres go 3 to Arizona, 3 against our neighbors to the north at Dodger Stadium. Then they come back on Monday the 2nd for 3 with the Giants, and then a 3-game weekend series with Colorado. Fouled away. Only 13 home games left after today's action. I hope you're making your ticket plans. Come out and join us at beautiful Petco Park. Whether you're sitting out there in the picnic area or in the first row of the box seats. Padres start today with the season attendance at 1,812,000, averaging 27,000 a game. Three and two again to Rivera. Struck him out. Second strikeout for Chris Russin. He has retired the side in order again. Into the sixth inning, Andrew Kashner has struck out 7 Chicago Cubs, walked only 1, allowed a couple of singles. His counterpart for the Cubs, Chris Russin, the 26-year-old rookie, he's done a fine job, not overpowering but keeping the ball on the infield. Double play, couple of strikeouts, couple of walks, and only 2 singles as we move to the sixth inning.
And Andrew Kashner, talk about first pitch strikes today, 16 of 18. He's doing a fine job. In pitch count, 81 as he starts the sixth inning. And Dick, as you mentioned, with the strikeouts, kind of brings up that pitch count.
Well, the 2 games of this series have been tight. The Cubs, of course, scored 6 in the first inning on Friday night against Volquez, but the Padres with a great rally, the best of the year, won 8-6. And the Cubs edged the Padres 3-2 last night, and here we are scoreless on this Sunday finale. The Colonel, Jerry Coleman, getting some day action in. Sports spieling on the radio side.
Yeah, 41st season for Jerry Coleman, working in the broadcast booth for the Friars.
There, you can hear him right now. Now see Rizzuto. He would always shade over here, and then I'd throw the ball. He liked it up around the letters.
That's one of those situations where I wish I could jump in the time machine and go back and watch Jerry at his prime.
He could turn it. He could turn it.
I know, yeah.
And he makes fun of his hitting, but in that lineup, he could move the ball around. He could play hit and run with him, and didn't he? For a while, have the best batting average in a World Series, a single World Series. He had one terrific series. I think he hit.
Yes, he did.
500. Castro off his back leg on that foul tip. Oh, ooh, back knee.
Yeah,
that's hard to do.
That's your reminder that you got to swing at strikes. That's what I tell myself. Yeah. You have to swing at strikes.
You're being punished.
That's exactly right. You swing at that bad running fastball, running in on your hands. That's what could happen. You could hit a ball off your knee or your shin or your foot.
You know what that's like, Tony? You go into the garage and you go to the.
Continue on, Professor.
You go to the toolbox, you get out a hammer,
and you hit yourself right there with it. That's exactly what that's like.
Yeah, you never heard that one, did you? 2 strikes the pitch, and it's fouled away.
Hey, and I like Cashner going right back in there,
Yeah,
right? The hitter might be a little
can.
reluctant. Oh, no, you're going to go back in there. I might foul tip it again.
Of course, that's what you do.
Absolutely.
If you're going to continue to swing at it, I don't have to throw you a strike.
Now go fastball away or a slider away here.
Oh, he went out to
See, his heart,
chase that one.
His heart was in it, but his behind wasn't. So you get it run in on your hands enough. Now watch his backside.
His heart's in it, but you know what? His
backside says no, thank you.
Nope. No, ain't going there.
Chop to the first baseman Guzman. He'll beat Castro to the bag. 1 away.
That's kind of one of the fun things about baseball when you're sitting on the bench, or like I would be standing in right field, and you see that, and that helps position yourself. Pitchers see that. They see guys, behinds going the other way, and that kind of helps you to figure out what you need to do to get him out.
Anthony Rizzo has one of the 2 hits off Cashner. Single to left field his first time, struck out the last time. 3 for 10 in the series for Rizzo. As an RBI last night, the looping single to left field that proved to be the game winner. Singleton scored in the first inning on Friday night. Shot to short. Cedeno right there. Wasn't a sizzling line drive as he went the opposite way again. 2 away to Nate Sherholtz.
Well, let's see how Andrew Cashner went after big first baseman Anthony Rizzo on that last at bat. First pitch was a changeup. Soften him up a little bit. See how he changes on the inside part of the plate there, and then Anthony just couldn't get the barrel out in front enough. Got in on him for the little looper. Look on the bat, down by the label.
Good movement on the heater.
But the point is, Cashner going in, going out, going in again.
Just like the door at the maid's quarters on your floor in Phoenix. In, out, in, out, in. They don't understand that when the ball club gets in, you get to sleep in.
Yeah. That's why I didn't like day games, cutting into my sleep time, rack time.
1-1. Pulled to the right side. Jerko there. Oh, over to Guzman. A little bobble there, but gets the out in time, and Cashner works another 1-2-3 inning. Here come the Padres. Still no score.
have Chargers Insider coming your way next Wednesday, August 28th. It'll premiere 5:30 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Fox Sports San Diego. We'll have sit-down interviews with Coach McCoy. Also, in our first edition, we sit down with Phillip Rivers and GM Tom Telesco. All kinds of information that you won't want to miss on your Chargers. Dick?
Well, they had a nice win last night at Phoenix, 24-7. Good blocking for the quarterback, Phillip Rivers, and a little better running game. The defense was sharp. I like the third-string quarterback, the kid they drafted late out of Southern Utah. Looked like he might be a player. Good arm. Got home in time to see the last quarter and a half. Yeah. Someone's got to score. Cashner trying to start the scoring 6th inning.
How about hitting a home run and throwing a shutout? That'd be sweet, wouldn't it?
Excellent catch made by a fan.
He made a barehanded catch. He stood up, extended that right arm, and snagged it. He got the silver bullet in one hand and a big league rock in the other.
Protected his sunglasses at the same time. Sharply hit and into left field. Cashner, his 11th hit of the year.
Got on top of this fastball right here and just hammered it in the left field for a base hit. I mean, watch the way, I don't know if we have a shot at the way he rounded first base, but he went around first base like he was thinking about going for 2.
I wouldn't doubt if Andrew Cashner's talking to Dave Roberts over there and said, "You want me to go? I'm going to try to steal second base."
He's as fast as
he can run now.
Anybody on the club.
Yeah.
Denorfia, long out to right and then single to right.
Just the way he took that ball right there, it was looking like he was trying to hit the hole between first and second.
Catches the outside corner. Cut fastball.
You know, Tony, as you mentioned that, I would love to see Chris Denorfia either split that right center field gap or just a little bit down that right field line and watch Cashner go from first to third. See that speed.
Taking a more aggressive lead now. We've seen Russin has a good move. Changeup has Denorfia way up in front.
Good pitch, just turn that over.
He's certainly working the left coast there, isn't he? Look at that. All those pitches right on the left side of the strike zone there, up and down the West Coast. From Baja to the Canadian Rockies. Key West right there on that one.
But yeah, Chris was bouncing like he thought that ball hit him in the foot, and I could hear it
that
did hit
him.
his foot.
Yeah, that did hit him in the foot.
I could hear him arguing. With Shriver, the umpire behind home plate, saying I didn't get that. He thought it hit the ground, and it actually hit him in the foot.
And that could be a big play. The Padres would have 2 men on, no one out.
Yeah.
He didn't oversell it, did he?
You got to go to first. That's why when it happens, you have to go to first. You have to make him call you back.
You could see Rizzo get down in almost a crouch to catch that ball as the sun now is moving toward that left field corner, and of course you can see the shadows right into the eyes of the first baseman. Full count. Almost quick pitched him there. Only 70 pitches for Russin. Single by Cashner to lead off the 6th inning. Padres trying to get on the board first.
No Casho's athletic over there. I don't know if I would send it 3-2.
Double play ball. There's one. And a 6-4-3 double play. The second turn by the Cubs today as Will Venable comes up. Laura?
Well, thank you, Dick. And yes, talking to Bud Black today, he really made a point to pay attention to the lower half of Will Venable's swing. He said he's really been working on the lower half of his body, and it's paid off for Will. He spent all this time with Phil Plantier and Alonzo Powell hitting in the cage, focusing on the basic hitting principles, especially with the lower half of his body. And Bud said, hey, I just want everyone out there to know that this is not something that just happens overnight. This is not an adjustment that just suddenly clicks for a player. This has been a body of work that Will Venable has been working on for quite some time. And yes, it started to click for him lately, but it's certainly been a product of all the work he's put in, and of course the work from Phil Plantier and Alonzo Powell.
And he's had a big month of August, and he's, as we've pointed out a couple of times, and Tony's admired the fact that he's able to hit left-handed pitching. That was his weakness in the past. And 3-0 the count. And it was against the left-hander Friday night that Venable hit one a mile, 441 feet deep into the right field seats. Number 19 on the season, and a 4-pitch walk to Venable. And that double play really key in this inning. After Cashner had singled, Denorfia wrapped into the double play, and now with 2 outs, Venable aboard. Good base stealer, and Jerko the hitter. Third walk from Russin. 3 walks, 3 hits is all allowed by the 26-year-old lefty. Jerko has grounded out, struck out. Modest shift, big hole on the right side. Second baseman Barney playing almost behind second base, and with Rizzo holding on the runner. Look at that hole.
Look at how big of that hole is right there. Huge.
But in a way, if you go to the right field trying to use that hole, you're not going to be using your home run swing in the way that the shift has beaten you. Off speed, change up at 78.
See, I don't think I think your average guy goes up there. He's not worried about that shift. You just do what you do. You know, if you're a guy that can control the barrel and bat a little bit, now now that how they shift might come into play, but
he had Venable going back to first base on that pitch. Rip foul. Changeup had Jerko out in front. Good contact, but a ball, 2 strikes now. That'll be a souvenir for the fans in the middle deck off to the right. Two balls, 2 strikes to Jerko. 20-pitch inning for Chris Russin in this 6th. Matching outs with Andrew Kashner. Strike 3 called. Turco struck out for the 2nd time. 3 total for Russin in the game.
Scoreless, top of the 7th inning with the Cubbies. Mark and Mike working on the post-game show for you. Andrew Kashner has been outstanding. A couple of hits, a walk, 7 strikeouts.
Yeah, Mike, we're always going to see the fastball, especially the movement. But today, the slider and getting away with getting into that position for the strikeouts and getting those put-away sliders, that's got to be encouraging if you're Andrew Kashner.
Time for a little Padres offense. The rally pain is there. When we see you in a post-game show, we're going to break down what we're hoping is a big Padres win. You'll also hear from the manager, Buddy Black, and Laura McKeeman with 5 great questions for Yonder Alonso. So we'll see you gentlemen after the final out.
All right, we'll be there. Mike and Mark, don't miss it. Always a great recap of the baseball action. As Andrew Kashner ready to toe the slab here in the 7th inning. Middle 3 in the order for the Cubs: Bogusevic, Lake, and Murphy. 2 singles. That's been it for the Cubs attack against Kashner, who has a hit himself. 1 of 3 for the Padres. 95th pitch coming up for Kashner. 2-0. He walked Bogusevic in the 1st inning. The only free ticket offered by Kashner.
Change it right there.
So he's got the fastball, the slider, and the changeup working today. He's got the trifecta working nicely. It's been a winning ticket.
High, deep fly into the seats down the left field line.
A lot of success in that lineup right there.
Nope.
Uh-oh, that's going to be troublesome. Cedeno has to hurry and gets him. High chopper, kangarooed off home plate. Cedeno, as he was running to get it, knew he had to throw as soon as that ball was in his glove.
No room for error. Perfectly executed by Ronnie.
One away. Junior Lake. Hard ground ball out to third base with a couple of men on, and Headley able to make the out at third base at the time unassisted, and he struck out the last time. Hasn't seemed to lose anything. 100 pitches. Boy, good ratio. 73 strikes.
That's awesome.
That usually gets it done. Right there.
Man.
To third, Headley. 2 away.
Another great pitch by Andrew Castro, burying that two-seamer into Lake.
I asked Andrew, do you think, since the Padres have never had a no-hitter, let's see the pitch again, that you're capable of throwing on one day? He said, yeah, I really do. I mean, it takes a lot of luck. You got to have some line drives at gloves and that sort of thing. And then I said, well, pitch a no-hitter and win 1-0 and you hit the home run. I got the biggest smile of all. Donnie Murphy has struck out both times. That slider is snapping in the strike zone.
It's a lot of fun to watch a guy get into this kind of rhythm.
Just getting the ball, quick look at the sign, and wind up and fire it.
Him and Rivera are on the same page.
I was just going to say that, Tony. Credit Rene Rivera as well. He's putting down the fingers, thinking right along with his right-hander. A nice tandem this afternoon.
Rare time he shook off Rivera. That went almost into the press box. Actually caromed off the Jerry Coleman sign there at the facing of the press box here at Petco. Plate umpire Schreiber raised up as if he's going to call that a strike. Did not.
This is 98.
Watch Rene try to bring it back a little bit.
Yep, it was outside. 2-2 now to Murphy.
Oh.
Hit him in the wallet.
.97 miles an hour on this pitch, folks. Two-seamer trying to bury it in. Right in the buttocks.
He's got his base running gloves in that pocket, so there was a little extra padding.
He had his hand guard in there too, so hopefully that helped.
It'll make an interesting tattoo bruise tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you'll see Rawlings with some seams.
Here's Castillo. Fly ball, broken bat. Venable read it perfectly. And we go to the stretch half of the 7th inning on this Military Sunday at Petco Park in San Diego. And as is the custom, we stay for the presentation of God Bless America on our Sunday action from the home field. Pleased you've joined us, fans, and hope you'll be around tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. It'll be Tyson Ross and Brandon McCarthy from Arizona, the Padres and Diamondbacks, and now God Bless America.
Welcome Second Lieutenant Lauren Alto from Travis Air Force Base. Please sing along as she presents God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans, why we're from. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Second Lieutenant Lauren Alto.
Bottom of the 7th inning is on the way, and time now for an update on our AT&T Twitter poll question. We asked you, what's your favorite movie that was filmed in Chicago? And my vote, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, wins. I guess the tweeters have spoken, and they agree with me. As you can see, the Untouchables 18%, the Blues Brothers 23%. So the voters and the tweeters have weighed in, guys.
Hey, better. So we
How are you going to argue with Laura McKeeman? Huh?
Yeah.
She's got the audience just wrapped around her finger. I mean, it's understandable. Chase Headley. Been on base both times, infield hit and a walk. And that's a soft fly ball that Rizzo has a beat on. One away. This young left-hander Chris Russin pitched quite a ball game. Only 3 hits allowed. Jesus Guzman steps up. He's walked and flied to right.
Castillo decides that this is a good time to have a conversation.
Third time around.
With Rustin, because third time around. Got a guy capable of hitting the ball out of the ballpark here.
We mentioned how he likes to hit during day games, Guzman.
Two and 0. 22,762 the paid attendance on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And 3 and 0. Well, the Little League World Series is over. The locals from Eastlight had a 4-2 lead, but Japan rallied and won the Little League World Series 6-4. That final just in. 1-out walk. What a run for the kids from East Lake Chula Vista. The Japanese team made some terrific defensive plays and hit some home runs late to win it 6-4. Dale Swaim going to the mound here with a 1-out walk, 87 pitches, and in only his 8th start in the major leagues. Chris Russin, very impressive for the Chicago Cubs. And Chris Russin taken out. Carlos Villanueva, the new Cubs pitcher. And time for our Fan Diego fans of the game.
Hey, let's come dressed as a hot dog today. What do you think?
Nice try.
Or the or the Dave Winfield retro jersey. Some future big leaguers. And you got to hydrate.
Yeah, great to have them here. 22,762 is Villanueva, and he's started 15 games. This is his 21st game out of the bullpen.
And he's a 4-pitch pitcher, a fastball, changeup, slider, curveball, not overpowering by any means. He'll top out about 91, so he's got to rely on location. 37 walks.
And 13 home runs. He inherits Guzman at first. 1 out here in the 7th. Logan Forsythe, the first man that Villanueva faces. He's 0 for 2. Popped out trying to bunt and grounded to short. Interesting throw to first base. Guzman still was locked on the bag.
And Villanueva throws a lot of sliders, almost like the Luke Gregerson of the Cubs bullpen. And some changeups as well.
He's facing a fellow Razorback. I'll check that he did not attend Arkansas, but Forsythe, a Razorback. Drive to left field for a base hit. Sharply struck. Guzman moves to second. And the Padres have a man in scoring position for the first time since back in the 2nd inning.
Well, he gets on top of this ball. It's up. Face mask high. Look at him. He just gets on top of that thing and just lines it into left center field for a base hit.
That brings up Cedeno.
Isn't that, guys? Good looking swing.
Good looking swing.
Cedeno has grounded into a double play and grounded to third.
I guarantee you, if you ask him, he'd want that bunt back.
Padres finally with a man in scoring position. They're 0 for 2 today. They were 1 for 10 last night. Fly ball, routine to center. Tagging Guzman, but he's not going to test the arm of Blake, and a good thing. A 1-hop throw right to the bag. 2 out. Rivera is called back, and Yonder Alonso is going to pinch hit. See if Dale Swain counters with a pitching change. He has a right and a left-hander warming up in the bullpen.
In a numbers game.
Yeah, Jamie Quirk, the bench coach on the right of Dale Swain, comparing numbers.
Alonso, a double and a sacrifice fly last night, was 1 for 3. He had an infield hit and 4 at-bats in the Friday night game. Padres top hitter. 2 on, 2 out here in the 7th. Blake Parker from the right side. The lefty is James Russell. Only the 6th time that Alonso's been called on to pinch hit this year. He's 2 for 5.
Oh. Wow. That's tough right there. Change up.
Yep.
Wow. The guys in scoring position, that's what I would do. I would sit on something else. I think he's going to try to beat him with the fastball.
Looks like a little slider there.
Slider. 2 changeups and a backdoor slider. Really should be 3-0 instead of 2-1.
Runners take their leads. Guzman at second, Forsythe at first. 2-1 to Alonso, the pinch hitter. Ground ball sharply, but Barney right there to throw him out. Padres 0 for 4 runners in scoring position. On to the 8th. Still goose eggs at Petco. Total in the game, and both starters are out now. Russin goes 6 in the 3rd, no runs, 3 hits. Cashner 7 innings, no runs and 2 hits. Tomorrow night from Phoenix, Arizona, the Diamondbacks and the Padres, 6 o'clock for our action here on Fox Sports San Diego. Tyson Ross on the mound for San Diego against Brandon McCarthy, the former Oakland A's right-hander. Hope you'll join us 6 o'clock tomorrow night. Tuesday and Wednesday as well. Starting time here on Fox Sports San Diego at 6 o'clock. Well, Andrew Cashner, he can qualify as the hard-luck pitcher for the Padres. He last pitched in this homestand against Pittsburgh, went 7 innings, 1 earned run, and the Padres scored no runs in his support. He goes 7 innings today, allows 2 hits, no runs, and his teammates no runs in a failure to support. So Cashner's record, as we said at the very start, 8-8. That's totally misleading. With any support at all, he could be, 12-8
easily.
Nick Hundley comes in to put on the gear for the Padres as he replaces Rivera. And Luke Gregerson on the mound. Hundley put him in the 9th spot in the batting order. Top of the 8th inning, Gregerson to Darwin Barney. Luke raised in the Chicago area. Familiar name back in the Windy City. Barney against Cashner, struck out and fly to center. Looked like that slider broke enough to catch the plate. Umpire Schreiber said no. So Cashner, 7 innings, no runs, just 2 hits, walked 1, hit 1, and struck out 7. And contributed to base hit single.
That's a good day in the big leagues, isn't it?
But leaves and won't figure in the decision. It's up to the bullpen now, and one would have to think that's a plus for the Padres. 2-1. Pitcher's spot due next. Darryl McDonald on deck. Walked the leadoff man. And they call back McDonald. That changes the strategy now with the leadoff walk.
And the only left-hander that Swaim has is Watkins.
And that's Logan Watkins stepping to the plate. See if he's up there to bunt, to sacrifice bunt.
I would say, yeah, he probably is late in the game. They might give him one shot there, maybe hit the hole.
Well, Chase Headley's thinking, Chase Headley's thinking about Tony's in that grass there, but you're right, that might not be a bad idea. Give him one freebie.
And the matchup of the two men traded, Cashner and Rizzo. There's the bunt. Well executed. Put out 1-4. And the Cubs have a man in scoring position for the first time in the entire game.
He's squaring up.
Oh, excuse me. Going back to the first inning, they had runners at first and second with 2 outs. Nothing since.
Squares up, gets the bunt down, gets the runner in the scoring position.
He almost hit his fingers on that. Did you see where that ball hit when he made contact on that bunt? Got to get those digits out of the way now.
Castro has grounded out 3 times. Has a home run against Luke Gregerson. Anthony Rizzo on deck. Well, certainly Castner, his day done, distinguished himself with his effort against his former team, the Cubs. Rizzo 3 for 11 in the series. Going to get a chance to give the Cubs a run. Weak wave by Castro at that slider. Tried to make him chase a little farther, wouldn't do it. 1-2.
See if he would bite. He didn't.
Smothered to third. Headley gets him by a stride. 2 away.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres. Dick?
Did you take a breath in that whole reading there? I think you did.
Breathless, huh?
Yeah. One breath, one take.
Unbelievable. Dank. Anthony Rizzo. Single, struck out, soft liner to short. Single was to left field. Another left-handed hitter, Nate Schierholtz, is on deck. Outfield playing Rizzo a step or two toward left field. Change up.
I've seen a few of those from Luke Gregerson lately.
Yeah.
Because the league, they know what these relievers throw. They see them all the time, not only in person but on TV, and they get the scouting reports. And it's nice. Luke Gregerson making an adjustment, right? Rather than slider, occasional fastball, he's mixed in that changeup. And Dick, remember in Cincinnati was where we really saw the nasty changeup against Joey Votto. Remember, struck him out. He threw him 3 changeups at bat. Ended up striking him out.
3-1 pitch and a 3-2 pitch taken for strikes. Barney with a leadoff walk and a sacrifice. Now 2 outs after Castro grounds out to third. 1-1 to Anthony Rizzo. Whoa, my, what a catch by Gregerson. Self-defense. A line drive right back at the Padre pitcher, and he has the reflexes to make the play. Oh, my. El Coronado Hotel, Padres baseball on Fox Sports. San Diego brought to you by Petco, where the healthy pets go. And by your San Diego County Lexus dealer, inviting you to test drive a luxurious Lexus automobile today. Luke Gregerson, a self-defense beauty. Man, what instincts to get that glove up there. That a base hit to center field. Real time.
Ball was ticketed for center field.
And with that runner on second base, Tony, you and I were talking about in between innings. Would have been interesting. That ball hit so hard, they would have sent the runner.
Hockey suit. Love save and a beauty by Luke Gregerson. Bottom of the 8th inning, and Pedro Strop comes in for the Cubs. Just his 22nd game. 141 batting average against. Nick Hundley hits for the first time. Pitcher spot. Late swing foul. Hundley, then Denorfia and Venable for the Padres in the 8th. Two. Strop in 20 2/3 innings has allowed just 10 hits. A couple of home runs in the 10.
Live arm from the right-hander, 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider, split. You get up there to 98. Kind of a short arm a little bit.
Swings the slider wide, and it's 2-2. No, 1-2 rather. 1-2. If you enjoy a good pitcher's duel, this was your ticket today. Starters Kashner and Russin. Terrific jobs. Swing, miss. Hundley goes down.
This is the slider we're talking about. Look at Stroop getting up on top of it. Get on top and really pull down on it. Get that rotation, that 2 to 6 rotation on the clock. Or the front side of the Hundley opening up. Couldn't stay back on it. Try to drive it the opposite way.
So top of the order, Chris DeNorfia, single, a long out to right, and grounded into a double play. Houston Street anticipating a call for the 9th inning. Pull foul.
There's maybe, Tony, the one fastball, the at bat that DeNorfia trying to pull. And tough to keep there, though.
Got it in on him. Sometimes they're not going to throw you that fastball in. They throw fastball away, fastball up, maybe.
Barney scrambles after it, and they're in time for the second out. Will Venable popped up and grounded out and walked. A week ago on this Sunday, Venable the hero. He's really made some great swings of late. As we said earlier, in August leads all National League and Major League hitters in extra base hits with 15, all the while hitting .383 this month.
Hey, Will hits a home run here, right? As we look back, Dick. Lefty on lefty.
That's the walk-off winner against the Mets last Sunday.
Keep it going and have possibly Player of the Month candidate for Will Venable.
We could go as a Player of the Week.
Yeah.
Well, you could certainly make a statement in his support here in August. .383 average, leading the National and Major Leagues in extra base hits with 15, one more than Miguel Cabrera. And Chris Davis drives that ball to left field, and the Cubs outfield playing to prevent a double. Otherwise, that ball's caught.
Another sharply hit baseball off the barrel. You could hear it. So let's go back to the first pitch. Stroop tries to go two-seamer down and in. You can see what he's trying to do. Keep it down. Maybe hit the ball on the ground. Boy, Will, who likes to get the ball down generally, elevates that pitch. Boy, that's a great looking swing.
Man, that's the difference for me. I mean, two things. One, he's willing to hit the ball that way. The other is he's handling left-handers. And it's giving him some confidence. He's gotten on a run. And it's like you guys said, I think he's just one good road trip away from being Player of the Month.
Jerko. Ball one.
I'm sure he's going to try to get himself in the scoring position right here. Dave Roberts is checking his clock, his stopwatch over there, seeing what the time is.
Jerko has struck out the last two times, grounded out in the first inning. Good cut at that 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
And that was a mistake pitch.
They both said at the same time. That's what you call a cookie. It's a cookie. It's right there. It's elevated. It's right where you want it. That Fox tracks, those boxes aren't usually center cut.
You don't want it in that middle column.
Man, that's a tight slider. He's got good tilt to it.
I bet he's got big hands because he's getting that snap right on the end of that slider.
One ball, 2 strikes to Jerko, 2 outs. Venable with a single at first base. No score in the game. We're in the bottom of the 8th. There he goes. Ground ball foul. Jerko couldn't just take a pitch. He had a 1-2 count on him. Jed with a couple of home runs on Friday night in the 8-6 comeback win. Check swing foul. Deep the outfielders.
Yeah. We call that no doubles. Nothing's going. Just goes over your head. Has to go out of the ballpark.
Lake is in Balboa Park.
Yeah, that's
I mean, literally, he's what a good maybe 10 feet from the warning track out there in center.
Well, where they are right now, it's still going to be hard. They would try it, I'm sure, but it'd be hard to score on a ball in the gap.
Ball to third. Murphy bobbles the ball. Everyone's safe. Venable holds at second. Jerko aboard on the error by Murphy.
Make it hurt.
First and second for the Padres here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Chase Headley steps up.
So now the Cub outfielders come out of no doubles and get back to regular positioning.
And the outfield planning to go the other way a little bit. Lake on the shortstop side of second base in center field. See him right there. Huge hole in right center.
Ball 2. And Headley has not had an RBI since the first of the month. It's an incredible run where he's been stuck on 35. Maybe this is the time.
Hey, perfect time.
Win a game. Two balls, no strikes. 2 on, 2 out. No score in the game. 8th inning. Line drive right to Barney. Oh, that's just hitting in tough luck. Couldn't hit it any harder. Line drive to the glove of the second baseman. His former team, the Cubs, was outstanding, allowed only 2 hits and struck out 7 in 7 full innings, but was matched by Chris Russin, the young left-hander from the University of Kentucky. Had the ground ball going, a couple of ground ball outs for him. Russin allowed only 3 hits and struck out 3. And both men pitching into the 7th inning. Luke Gregerson, a self-defense line drive catch off the bat of Rizzo, and that play kept it scoreless as Rizzo's ball was headed for center field with a man at second base. So there are the totals. Only 7 hits in the game, 5 by the Padres. Close to scoring in the bottom of the 8th inning, but Headley's line drive right to the second baseman Barney. Houston Street comes in to work the 9th inning.
Yeah, you know, the Padres have had a little bit more opportunities than the Cubs. Multiple base runners in multiple innings, just haven't had anything to show for it. But the Padres pitching this afternoon, as we just mentioned, Dick and Tony, been outstanding. And speaking of outstanding, Houston Street has done just that. Opponent's only hitting .212 off of him. Not a safe situation. So top of the 9th, hold them with a 0 and score in the bottom of the 9th. Maybe Houston Street can go on the road trip with a victory under his belt.
Picked up his first of the year in this homestand. Plus 25 saves. He's been almost perfect in that closer role the last couple of months. Street will face Shearholtz, Bogusevic, and Junior Lake in the top of the 9th inning. Cubs with only 2 hits, a single by Rizzo in the 1st and a single Castillo in the 5th. Bogusevic has walked, fly ball to fairly deep center and grounded to short. Excuse me, Shearholtz. He struck out and grounded out and popped up. Bogusevic on deck.
You know, another testament to this great pitching performance by the Padres this afternoon. The Cubs have only had multiple base runners in 1 inning. That was the first. 1 base runner in the 5th, 1 base runner in the 7th, and 1 in the 8th. Other than that,
And only a runner in scoring position twice in the entire game, first and in the last inning. Ground ball, and guarding the line is Guzman. He'll take it to the bag himself for the first out. Shearholtz is gone. 19 home runs for Shearholtz on the year, so he's swept away, and that brings up Bogusevic. So again, if you're just joining us, our Little League team locally, terrific job all the way to the finals of the Little League World Series. Lost to Japan 6-4. Today they were ahead 4-2. They scored 2 runs in the 1st inning. Japan rallying to win it 6-4. Earlier, Tijuana 15-14 over Westport, Connecticut for the 3rd place honors.
that's quite a run for those kids, and it's something they're going to remember for the rest of their lives.
And they're literally walking distance apart.
Yeah.
And there's the 2nd and 3rd best records in all of Little League this year, and that's international, obviously. That Japan team was very impressive.
They were
well schooled.
Talk about fundamentally sound. I mean, some of the plays that they've made.
You get the younger the teams are in high school and college, it's the mental errors that drive coaches crazy. But that Little League team from Japan, they just seem to be so sharp mentally, making the right plays. Ooh, off the cage. Nick Hundley. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning for the Padres, it'll be Guzman, Forsythe, and Cedeno for a pinch hitter. Three and one now as Street falls behind Bogusevic. Walked the first time. The only walk allowed by Andrew Kashner. All four. One out walk, and that'll bring up Junior Lake. So the kids from Eastlake had an early 2-0 lead. And then Japan rallied and tied it. It was 4-4 in the 5th inning. And a key base hit into the corner, and Japan took the lead, and then a home run finished it off for the Little League World Series champions from Japan. 6-4 the final. Well, I'm sure the Padres will have a special night to bring those kids from Eastlake home and let them be saluted here at Petco.
I think they try to bring both teams in if they could, the Tijuana team.
Yeah, they're together. There was even talk, that if they both had lost in the U.S. Championship and the International Championship, then have them play each other here a game, but that didn't work out. So why not, bring them both here, let them parade around the Petco Park and let the fans give these kids a big cheer. One out walk, one strike on Lake. Houston Street following Cashner's 7 innings of shutout ball, and Luke Gregerson bringing his arm and his glove to the mound today, making a great play on a line drive by Rizzo. Pitch out. No go from Bogusevic.
I saw Nick Hunley give the fist there for the sign.
They were thinking hit and run right there.
That's usually the universal sign for a pitch out. Important for a catcher, though, to hide those signs. Not easy to pick up the signs, but still you got to be protected. Get that hand back there, and especially they put that glove down. See how he's got the glove down there, so the third base coach can't pick anything up. You never know. You got to be careful.
And happy Sunday to our Marine recruits as they head back to camp. 2nd Recruit Training Battalion and their DIs. Godspeed to all those young men and women. Bogusevic has only 2 steals.
I don't think they're worried about the straight steal. I think it's just
hit and run.
Holding them close for the hit and run.
Runner goes. Fly ball to right. They bluff the runner. They're going to get a double play out of this. Denorfia makes the catch. The throw back to first. A double play. So they bluffed the runner. Bogusevic made it a slide there at second base, and by the time he realized the situation, Denorfia had the throw into Guzman, and a 9-3 Padre double play. Now the Padres in this scoreless tie bring up Guzman, Forsythe, and Cedeno.
we go to the bottom of the ninth. Stay tuned after the Padres win this one in walk-off fashion right here. After the game, Padres Live. Join Mike Pomerantz, Mark Sweeney, and the crew as they break down the ball game, talk about all the stats. Padres Live. After this one, the Padres walk-off win right here on Fox Sports San Diego, brought to you by Cox.
All right, let's hope you've looked
into
that crystal ball and find a way to score here in the bottom of the ninth. Neither team able to get a run on the board. Padres no runs, 5 hits, and the Cubs no runs on only 2 singles. Blake Parker is the new pitcher for Chicago. Big right-hander, 6'3" and 225. 28 years of age, making his 36th appearance.
Fastball slider split from Parker. We saw him in game 1 of the series on Friday. An inning, couple of hits, he gave up a run, and he struck out 2 Padres.
Guzman has walked twice today and fly to right.
In fact, he gave up the home run, didn't he, to Jed Jerko, correct?
He did. The one to right field.
Yep.
Makes it all the way to the facing of the top deck and then bounces back down. Outfield very deep again for the Cubs. A lot of hitting room between the infield and outfield. Interesting, the old rule was that first and third baseman to guard the lines and not allow the double. Both the third baseman, first baseman well off the line for the Cubs, and they got the outfield way back. That's a good breaking pitch, and Guzman frozen. Strike one. First strikeout for Parker.
Well, that's a power slider, huh? Serious break on that one.
Brings up Logan Forsythe. 1 for 3, a single the last time. How about that Max Scherzer, 19 and 1.
19, I know.
Is that unbelievable?
19 and 1.
Have yourself a year. You went from the D-backs to the Tigers. That was some trade.
And he went from being, middle of the road guy to being, dominant starter.
Yeah.
Justin Verlander stealing some of his headlines. Foul. Off the mask of the catcher Castillo.
Part of that is Detroit offense putting runs on the board too. Cabrera and Hunter and Fielder, Jackson, Martinez.
I had a chance to watch him when I was back in Michigan for the weekend. Well, that was last weekend. Yeah, they got some bombers. 2-1. Forsythe. Down with full force, and the fans just back off and let it bounce off an empty seat.
Remember that year Guidry had? Was he 26 and 3? Had like a 1. I'd have to look it up, but it was like a 1.3, 1.4 ERA. I mean, that's a heck of a year. But 19 and 1, and he's got how many starts left? 5, maybe 6.
Line drive left field, but right at Boga 7. Hit hard. So 2 away. Randy Cedeno steps up. Cedeno is grounded into a 4-3 double play. Grounded to third, fly to center. looking for his first RBI as a Padre. Fly ball to right field. Innocent. Shear holds there. And we go extra innings at Petco. Bonus panels on this Sunday. Are 6-5. The Cubs are 7-5, 5-2 on the road. Nick Vincent comes in. Following Cashner, Gregerson, and Houston Street, Vincent picked up the win on Friday night. Lowest ERA in extra innings this season. The Padres.
That's a great sign, isn't it? ERA of 1.72. Outstanding.
Vincent making his 32nd appearance.
Hey, he's getting a lot of work, and you know, he's a go-to guy that you can feel like he's going to put up a scoreless inning, and those numbers prove it. ERA under 2, only 6 walks, a strikeout per innings pitched. That's a good formula right there.
He's pitched in all 3 games now of this series. Friday night, an inning, allowed 1 hit. That was a bunt hit by Junior Lake. Pitched 2/3 of an inning last night and gave up 1 hit. That was the bloop single by Rizzo that won the game. Donnie Murphy struck out twice and hit by a pitch.
We mentioned it before, the cutter and the slider. This looks like a bigger breaker there. It looks like a slider away. And Donnie Murphy cannot hold up.
Struck out 3 times last night, did Murphy, and twice today. Hit by a pitch from Cashner in the 7th. 91 on the fastball, just off the plate.
I love the traditional stirrups that Nick Vincent's going with. Sanitary socks underneath, showing a little bit of white there. Your stock just went up with me, Nick Vincent. Always been a big fan. Now I'm even a bigger fan.
Did he go?
Oh, no. Come on now. I guarantee you he went, Dick. I'll bet you a donut. I'll bet you a donut on the next row. He went. Oh, if he hits it, it's a double.
He didn't.
Oh, yes, he did.
He didn't clear the front edge of home plate,
come
Tony.
On.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Be honest, Tony. You and I are friends.
I think he held up that
Oh,
time,
really? I think you're wrong.
I think you're pitching.
3-2.
And I'm sure they're having the same argument on the bench, huh?
You're right. You're right.
Popped out. Cedeno eases out on the grass in shallow left. One away. That'll bring up the catcher, Wellington Castillo. He has one of the 2 Cubs hits today. Rizzo and Castillo. 2 singles, and that's been it for the Cubbies.
Let me think about Vincent's socks. Are those blue or black?
I think they're brown.
Brown.
Yeah. I think Brian has.
They are brown.
Yeah,
wow.
the brown one's down there
for the
That's
camos,
going way
yeah.
back. They're what we used to call.
I still got mine.
The bad. Yeah, I have my jersey and those bad brown socks.
I remember
we had gold sanitaries.
I remember
I didn't like that look.
No? Oh, I like that. I remember when I got traded, I packed all my stuff up in my Padre bag and I put my stirrups in there. And a shocker, Brian Perlman gave me a bill for the stirrups.
Got to have good accounting down there.
He's getting on Brian's case now. He took care of business.
Yeah, he works hard. He's got a lot on his plate.
I mean, now, just imagine, when the game's over, he has to make sure all the bags are packed, all the suitcases are carefully in a truck, that all the personnel gets on buses. Yeah. Buses get to the airport, get to Phoenix. Buses take you to the hotel. Make sure all the rooms are set.
And you know what else? Spencer Dolan, Tony Petricka, James Bigler, and please forgive me, guys, down there if I don't mention your name. But those guys down there, they bust their tails down there. And that does not go unnoticed.
Shouldn't.
Oh, Josh, who works in the kitchen.
Guys should make sure they're taken care of. They take care of you.
1-2 the count on Castillo with one out here in the top of the 10th. No score here at Petco on this sunny Sunday. Foul tip, strike 3. Vincent with his first strikeout today.
Another slider, cutter. Nice hang right there by Nick Hundley.
Darwin Barney, his imprint on this series. The 2 RBIs last night, a double and a home run, and then scored the winning run in the 3-2 win. 0 for 3, 0 for 2 today. Walked the last time. He struck out and flied to center.
Pitchers just have dominated today, and this happens. This is top of the 10th inning. We've only seen 7 hits. Cubs only have 2. Padres have 5. Nobody's been able to put anything together here. See which team will make a mistake first.
Now, Tony, we see the light standard there, the shadow. Difficult, challenging, no big deal?
I don't think no big deal because the pitcher's in the sun. So you can see the ball out of his hand, no problem.
0-2. Another foul. Handcuffed the fan in the first row. They had a good try for it. You got to charge those line drives. Protects and stays alive. Count 2 strikes on the ex-Oregon State Beaver. Fastball upstairs. Black saying, where are the runs? Snowden, the clubhouse open the can of one of those things that says runs on it. Grounded right at Headley. Holds his ground. Throws out Barney. 1-2-3 inning for Nick Vincent. Padres will come up with a pitcher spot leading off. And to the bottom of the 10th inning we go. No score in this one. And Mark Kotsay is introduced as a pinch hitter for Nick Vincent. And Nick Hundley batting in the 9th spot. And DeNorfia scheduled against right-hander Blake Parker, his second inning of pitching. Kotsay fouls the first pitch away. 43rd at bat as a pinch hitter for Kotsay. He's got 9 hits. Check that. His 51st pinch hit appearance with 8 hits. One of those a home run. Strike 2. Foul tipped into the glove of Castillo. San Francisco has shut out Pittsburgh today 4-0 behind Ryan Vogelsong. Giants were 1 game behind the Padres at the start today. Reaches out and punches a single to left field. There's a veteran hitter. Leadoff man on. Kotsay with a pinch single. And Jeff Decker will run for Kotsay.
Now that's a great day at the office. You come to the ball yard, you root your team on for 10 innings, 9.5 innings. You get the call to grab a shillelagh. You dump one out in the shallow left field. You carve that one out that way, T-bone. You go 90 feet. And the little valet action, little caddy, comes out and takes your spot for you.
A little caddy. Guy with a little bit more speed. Is that a nice way of saying?
Yeah.
Hey, thanks for your service today. We appreciate it. Hey, let me get somebody who can run for you.
Finally up there, the Cubs looking for the sacrifice bunt.
Yeah, get it down.
It's always a good move by the pitcher to throw to first base to see if that batter tips his hand. Hundley did not. Nick came into the game in the 8th inning and struck out. Swinging.
I'd like to see him bunt. Maybe he's just kind of.
I don't know. Let's. I would have thought
maybe
that.
a hit and run. Maybe coming. Maybe just wanted to take the first pitch. I'm anticipating the bunt.
I will too, but you know what? Let's see Nick back a ball up and hit the right side.
Runner goes. So that
There's
was
a hit and run.
That was exactly what Bud Black was thinking. A little hit and run.
Hey, you know what? Now that Jeff Decker is out there, it's worth noting. How about the arm that he displayed last night in the outfield?
And that relay.
Yes.
And the catch he made in left center field was a dandy.
I am impressed.
1-1 to Hundley. He could wipe off the swing and ask him to bunt here with the third baseman back, and that's what's going to happen. And the bunt back to the mound. The throw is in time at second base. Bunted right back at the pitcher, and he hesitated not a bit. He picked up the ball and fired a strike, and just did get Decker. Well, that was close.
Yeah. Just a little bit too hard. And that's when you get some direction from your catcher, too, because, you know, as a pitcher, it's bunted hard. You're concentrating on gloving that ball. Okay, you're waiting, you're hearing. Second.
He got rid of that pretty quickly.
DeNorfia, the hitter. He's had a walk-off experience against Cincinnati. How about this one against Aroldis Chapman? And the Padres with a walk-off win on the DeNorfia home run. One of his 9 home runs, all against left-handed pitching. One for 4 for DeNorfia, and a couple of ground outs, a double play, and a long out to right. One and one. Will Venable on deck. Fly ball right field. Shearholtz glasses down with the second out. So here's Venable. Will walk and a single. 1 for 3. He'd like to get the Friar into a little boogie.
Yeah.
Sunday for the Friar. He's probably got some work to do, some sermons to write for tonight. It's a tough doubleheader for him. Will Venable, as we've documented throughout this week, just as hot as a hitter can be in August. And his home runs have come late. 14 of his homers, 14 of the 19 here at Petco. And they moved the fences in right field after studying the last 3 years. The word was the one player that'll benefit most will be Will Venable. It's proven to be so.
Look, the Cubs have gone back to the no doubles. And it's hard to get a ball in the gap, but I know Will is swinging a bat good right now, and they're not going to give him. They're not just going to give him anything to hit. He's going to have to probably hit something away from him.
That fastball at 92.
Of course, I said that the other night, and he homered right down the right field line. A home run right down the right field line. So,
hey, Parker's got that slider, right? If he leaves that down in, elevated just a little bit.
2 balls and a strike.
I just think that's where he wants to go. Is where he went with that last
down and away. Give him left field.
Go ahead. You want to get a single to left field? Go right ahead.
That's where Venable collected his base hit in the 8th inning. A line drive to left. Foul back. Jerko would be next.
Here's a four-seam fastball, and he misses with it. That's the one pitch down the middle. Just down front a little bit, working underneath it. It's a nice rally lid there.
Struck him out. And we go to the 11th inning, still no score. No score, 11th inning, and how about the Padre bullpen again today?
Well, it's their strength. We know about Luke Gregerson not only throwing quality pitches, but making a quality play, possibly saving a run right there because the Cubs had a runner on second base. Christian Orfia starting to double play on the hit and run. And then Nick Vincent, the kid from Ramona, sends him down on the slider.
Look at the series, 14 innings. The bullpen, not a single run, 9 hits and 3 walks and 12 strikeouts. You can't ask for more than that.
And that'll make Harry Black smile from ear to ear.
Brad Brock called up from Tucson with the release of Edinson Volquez. Brock filling that void. Was up earlier this year, 25 games. The only alarming part of his numbers, opponents hitting .333 against him.
So his last outing in a big league uniform was back in July 13th to be exact, against the Giants. He threw an inning. 1 strikeout.
Catcher Deoner Navarro will pinch hit for the pitcher Blake Parker. Navarro, a switch hitter, 294 overall. Weaker from the left side, 260. .11 home runs for this stocky backstop. 7 for 22 as a pinch hitter this year. And he hits it sharply, but right at Cedeno. One away, and we go down to Laura. What do you have for us?
Well, thank you, Dick. And talking to Bud Black about Brad Brock being brought back up to the big leagues, he said, look, we know Brad has the stuff. We just want to emphasize the importance on throwing first pitch strikes and really getting back to the fundamentals of pitching. He said, this is a game of adjustment, and certainly hitters have adjusted to Brad. He's not a secret anymore. So he said, get back to the basic pitching principles, and that is the way that he'll be able to have success as he's up here now, and that's something that Bud is going to certainly be watching out for, guys.
Yeah, he's previous outings 11 walks in 22 innings, so yeah, it's just too many walks for a bullpen man. And he's way off the plate, 2-0 to start Starlin Castro. Castro 0 for 4 on 4 groundouts.
Yeah, what a great way for Brad Brock to throw up a 0 and have the Padres score in the bottom half and walk away with the victory today. Welcome back to the big leagues, Brad Brock.
3-0. Anthony Rizzo on deck. Colt Hines, the only Padre left-hander in the bullpen. That's a strike, 3-1. And the full count to Castro.
Pretty good aggressive swing right there by Castro, 3-1. Sitting all on the fastball. Took a pretty healthy cut at this.
And he walked him. That'll bring up Rizzo. Both teams came close within a line drive not being caught of winning this game. The Cubs. It was in the 8th inning with Luke Gregerson on the mound, a man at second base, and Rizzo hit a bullet back to the mound in a remarkable reaction play to snare it by Gregerson. Would have been a hit to center field and possibly a game-winning run. And the Padres in the 8th inning had first and second, and Headley smoked a line drive, but it went right to Barney, the second baseman. That's about as close to scoring a run as we've seen throughout this 11 innings.
You know, the top 3 hitters in the order for the Cubs: Dale Swain, Castro, Rizzo, Shearholtz. All 3 hitters. He will hit and run with those hitters. And down at the bottom of the order, Darwin Barney.
You weren't with us. Watch Gregerson's reactions. Wow. The ability of the human body, it's just you have to marvel. We're talking about a distance of about, what, 55 feet when that ball came back to Gregerson? Probably close to 100 miles an hour off the bat, 55 feet. Sounds like one of those problems in mathematics in the 7th grade.
Yeah.
What time does the train get into Salinas?
Or the one train leaving from Topeka, right, and the other one leaving from Salinas. One's going 60 miles an hour, one's going.
Right. And Gregerson catches them both. 1-1 to Rizzo. 20 home runs for this power hitting first baseman. Guzman, boy, that was way up there, wasn't it? 2 away as Rizzo fouls out to first.
I don't know how Rizzo kept that ball fair. He was out in front of it, skied it up on the first base side. Guzman able to get underneath and make the play.
Brings up Shearholtz, who's just 1 home run behind Rizzo for the club lead with 19. Struck out, popped up, and grounded out twice today. Castro with 8 steals. That's tops for the Cubs.
Kind of surprised he's not working harder enough to get himself in scoring position. He could steal a base, entirely capable of doing that. Well, I'm sure that's one of those things that they're wondering about with him. Just doesn't seem like he has the energy, the focus that he's had the first 2 years in the big leagues.
Down low at 1-1. If Shearholtz keeps it going, it's Brian Bogusevic on deck. Padres in the bottom of this 11th inning will have Jerko, Headley, and Guzman for Bud Black. Up the middle, base hit. Castro will go to third, and the Cubs have their first runner at third base today. Solid single by Shearholtz.
Ball out over the plate, no, a little bit in. He goes right back up the middle with it. And like the Cubs outfield was last half inning, Padres playing no doubles, so Littleman's got a long run to get this ball, and Castro goes first and third.
Brings up Bogusevic. He's walked twice and fly deep to center and grounded to short. Castro with a walk and a single by Shearholtz, first and third with 2 outs here in the 11th. Couple of right-handers getting set in the Cubs bullpen. Greg got the save last night.
Yeah, Bowden, if the Cubs don't score, if the Cubs score, it'll be Greg.
Good changeup there from Brad Brock.
Yes, it was.
Encouraged by the scoreboard, fans making a ruckus, trying to get a strikeout out of Brock. Fly ball to left, and it's captured by Forsythe. And it's the Padres in this scoreless game. Their turn, bottom of the 11th, coming up. Padres out hitting the Cubs 6-3. Jerko will lead off the bottom of the 11th. Look at other action around the majors. D-backs A.J. Pollock, a big game against the Phillies. A home run and 3 RBIs, but not enough as the D-backs lose 9-5 in Philadelphia. Ryan Vogelsong, who's had a tough year, the right-hander for the Giants, has a big game, a 2-hitter. And a 4-0 shutout of the Pirates. And Jared Weaver of the Angels, 8 innings, 3 hits, only 1 earned run as the Halos beat the Mariners. Michael Bowden making his 32nd appearance of the season with a 4.41 ERA.
Well, we talked about the bullpen for the Chicago Cubs, ranked in the National League with the highest ERA, above 4. So as Bowden grabs the pill, 4-pitch pitcher, fastball, slider, cutter, split. 92, 93 on the fastball.
Jed Jerko 0 for 4 aboard safely on an error in the 8th inning. Two and 0. Bowden will turn 27 next month. 6'3" and 215. And he misses again. 3-0. Acquired from the Red Sox was Bowden. The Marlin Bird deal April last year. From Aurora, Illinois.
Really?
Yeah, that's near your place, isn't it?
I was born in Aurora.
3-2.
Copley Hospital. If it was my mom's first, it would have been her last. I was the youngest, though. 2 sisters.
High pop foul off first. Rizzo coming over to the warning pad. And Jerko is gone. That old saying that you were such an ugly baby, when the doctor picked you up, he slapped your mother.
I've never heard that one.
Yeah, we're getting into the comedy hours, aren't we? Chase Headley, infield hit, a walk, and he's fouled out and lined out. Almost won it with his line drive with a man at second in the 8th inning, but went right to Barney's glove at second base. Last week or so, Headley swinging the bat much better. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Looks like he's seeing the ball much better. He's just watching him the last 2 at bats. He's done a good job tracking the ball back to home plate.
Two and 1. Guzman would be next. Mm. 92 on the fastball from Bowden.
That's usually a fastball that Chase Headley crushes. 4-seamer. And that's right down the middle of the plate.
Yeah, you see on Fox Tracks that is a setup pitch for Headley. And the count full. sails back into the second deck. Those of the 22,762 here at Petco Park today that have remained.
Better chance for a foul ball, huh?
Absolutely. 3-2 to Headley. And he's aboard with a walk. Second time he's walked today. Headley leads the team with 52 walks.
You know, folks, this is where a pitcher wants to live, right? That's where you're taught by your pitching coaches to throw a pitch down, keep it down in the zone. According to Fox Tracks, that was a strike. And of course, the Hall of Famer disagrees with me.
You're a pitcher. I told you. You're a pitcher.
Guzman walked twice, struck out and flied out.
What was that Arizona Diamondback game, Philly game the other day? How many innings did that go?
Last night.
16, was
I
it?
think it's 18 innings.
I heard there were like 14 walks at one point in that game. The Diamondbacks drew 14 walks, maybe more.
They finally won Arizona, right?
Yeah.
In 18?
They come back and play a nice day game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
18 innings.
How about that?
And then get on a plane to fly to Phoenix from Philadelphia.
You know what that is, Dick?
A good old Major League hang with them.
That's right. That's what we signed up for, right?
Yep, it's a relentless schedule. Two strikes on Guzman. It just seems, Tony, that this is a tough time to hit with the dark shadows at home plate. But as long as the pitcher's in the sunlight, it's not.
I think so. It's tough for us to see, on the monitors, but pitcher's in the sunlight, you can see the ball come out of his hand.
Does it matter if the batter's eye is sun splashed or is it there's a shadow?
The batter's eye is the factor.
That's a big key, huh?
Yeah. I'd like for that thing to be.
Because now it's kind of like half and half. The batter's eye.
There splashes of sun on that backdrop. Headley at first, one out. No score in the bottom of the 11th inning at Petco. Ooh, good block. Castillo saved a base.
Headley was ready to pick up the extra 90 feet right there on this slider that's in the dirt. Steve does a nice job keeping that in front.
Line drive, left field corner, foul. That might have won it.
Four-seam fastball elevated just a little bit too far out front, pulling it foul.
Guzman back in the batter's box, 1-2 the count. See where JJ puts on the 15-day DL for the D-backs, so they're without their top relief man, dislocated right pinky finger, so Padres won't have to face him. They've called up Chaz Rowe, the D-backs. Good battle by Guzman in this at bat.
Down in the count, 0-2.
Headley edges off first. And it's 3-2. So Guzman has worked his way from 0-2 to 3-2 by fouling off several pitches.
Can we start the runner here?
I say yes.
I do too. Maybe because you want to stay out of the double play.
He goes. And it's fouled away again. Ninth pitch of this at bat coming up. Ball 4. Well earned by Jesus Guzman. So back-to-back walks, Headley and Guzman, and the table is set for Logan Forsythe.
You know, that was, Dick and Tony, a great battle by Guzman, being in the hole and laying off some good breaking balls down that he could have very easily swung at, and laying off the high cheese there to keep it going.
Forsythe, a single in 4 trips, line to left the last time up. He's hit the ball on a line with a single in the 7th and a line out to the left fielder Bogusevic in the 9th inning. The winning run now in scoring position, Headley. Starts him with the slider. Center fielder leg now very shallow for Forsythe.
Yeah, shallow all the way around.
Well, really screaming their outfield alignment. About 2-3 steps too deep to protect against the double, and 2 or 3 steps shallow here for Forsythe. He's got enough power to ruin that strategy.
Well, ground ball through the infield. Glenn Hoffman's going to loosen up that arm. He's going to be going.
Line drive, but it's at the right fielder. So perhaps the strategy pays off. Had he been playing to protect against the double, that ball would have fallen in.
That's why they shallowed up. Runner on second base, you got to be in a position to make a throw.
Forsythe lining out for the 2nd straight time.
Nice short stroke right there. Hits the ball on the line, and it's right at Sherhills.
So with 2 outs and 2 on, it's up to Ronnie Cedeno. Cedeno 0 for 4. Hit into a double play, grounded out, flied out twice.
It's a nice version of a rally cap. You got the fedora backwards and the gentleman inside out up top.
1-1 to Cedeno. Doesn't have an RBI as an Angel or as a Padre in the American League. Did have before Padres picked him up off the waiver wire. A home run and 12 runs batted in. First and second, they take their leads. So the action pitch, 2-1 coming up. Pitcher spot is due next, and Alexi Amarista with a bat in the on deck circle. And we'll sail into the second deck down in the sunbathing section.
That was more of a protection swing right there, just trying to protect the plate.
Didn't really have much oomph behind that swing.
Trying to get his bat on it.
And Brad Boxberger heating up along with Willie Blair there with the clipboard. If in fact he's going to be in the game, who he's going to have to face for the Cubs. Hopefully he doesn't get to that.
Two out, 2 on, 2-2 the count.
Hey, he's hoping for a hit.
Lifted off first. Rizzo has room. And we go to the 12th inning of this scoreless duel. Acting quickly, then Headley with a man at second drilled it, but right at the second baseman. Brock able to get the fly ball out in the top of the 11th inning. And Forsythe's line drive right at Shearholtz, the right fielder, in the last of the 11th with 2 men aboard. Padres 1 for 10 runners in scoring position last night, 0 for 7 today. So 1 for 17 won't get the job done. Junior Lake for the Cubs, top of the 12th. Brad Brock still out there. Lake has grounded twice to third, struck out, flied into a double play. Three hits for the Cubs through 11 innings, 3 singles. First inning Rizzo. 5th inning Castillo. 11th inning single by Shearholtz. Padres have had more chances. They've left 10 men on base.
Tony, talking about the batter's eye update right now, half in the sun, half.
Line Line drive off the glove of Brock. That slows it up, and Jerko's throw not in time. Junior Lake with good wheels able to beat that out.
I thought Brad Brock was going to snatch that one right out of the air like Luke Gregerson did. Right back up the box off the glove. Boy, what a nice play. Good Jerko.
The speed of Lake.
Yeah, exactly.
Nothing else he could do.
See how Dale Swain plays it with a leadoff man aboard. It's only the second time the entire game that the Cubs have had the leadoff man on. Luke Gregerson walked the leadoff man Barney in the 8th inning, the only other time. Murphy, a couple of strikeouts, a pop up, and was hit in the backside by Andrew Cashner. Well, the Cubs have their speediest runner aboard in Lake. Donnie Murphy came into this series on a home run tear since August 6th, having hit 8 home runs. Runner goes. High fly ball to right field. Chasing DeNarfia back. And one away as Lake returns to first base. Murphy just missed that one. Wellington Castillo, the catcher, a single in 4 at-bats. He struck out a couple of times. Darwin Barney would be next.
What are the chances of this guy's nickname being Beef? Or Clams? Clams Castillo? Can you tell I'm getting hungry?
Yes.
Clams Castillo.
Is that like Oysters Rockefeller?
Get a little punchy, you think?
I didn't think anyone in the Rockefeller family would be named Oysters, do you?
Hey, with that much money, you can be named anything you want.
Yeah, that's right. Out of play.
I'd really like to see Brad Brock here get 2 solid innings after being back from Tucson. And I mean, in the perfect world, you hold him here and then you end up getting the victory. And in this day and age, we see a lot of 1-inning appearances, right? Nick Vincent, we saw 1 inning, and the specialization in the bullpen. But in a game like this, until it gets your order, your spot in the order, you're going to go out there and try to twirl zeros.
Yep. And they've done a good job of that.
Yeah, and hopefully
Cashner, 8 solid innings, or 7 solid innings.
Hopefully Brad can hold them and then get rewarded in the bottom half of the 12th.
Late goes. Hundley had to double clutch, and by that time, way too late.
Ooh, I thought he came
almost
off the bag.
did. Yeah, good job by Jerko to stay on the tag, and he thought that Lake came off the bag. You don't see Jed react like that very often. He thought he got him. Watch here. He's on the bag. You can't see his left hand. Is his left hand off the bag? Here, it's a better angle. It's on there. And
he's off.
But the umpire may have ruled he knocked his hand off.
Exactly.
The Cubs, with Lake stealing, have him in scoring position for Castillo. Swung on, missed 2-2.
I like Jed, the way he's pleading his case there. I think he got a bang.
I do too.
2-2 to Castillo. And the count goes full.
Because from that angle, it didn't look like he pushed his hand off. He just put the tag on him and kept it on him.
Darwin Barney on deck. And he walked him. That's the second walk from Brad Brock. And it brings up Darwin Barney. Trouble last night, but silent today, 0 for 3.
Need a 2-ball right here. Twin killing.
Bottom of the inning, the Padres will have the pitcher's spot, and then Hundley and DeNorfia scheduled.
Well, Mr. Barney has grounded into 14 double plays this year. And the leader in that category, guys, is Starlin Castro with 17. Take a look at the last pitch from Brad Brock, staying down in the zone. A little late movement there.
One and two.
Stay right there, Brad Brock.
The home run and the double last night hit by Barney were elevated pitches off speed.
See by the Fox tracks there, Brad Brock doing a fine job trying to induce a ground ball. Now at this point, 2 strikes, possibly go for the punch out.
Lake at second, Castillo at first. A little low. 2-2. Darnell McDonald on deck as you look at the string of pearls there on the scoreboard. Pitching pearls, all zeros. And now Brock is 3-2 to Barney. Barney takes a lot of pitches.
I talked about it earlier. He's a good guy to play hit and run with here too. See if the Cubs start the runners.
Dale Swain might start him. What do you think, T?
He's going to feel comfortable with Lake going. Maybe not Castillo, but
yeah.
I think he's going to start it too.
And Brad Brock and the Padres think along the same way.
So the strike him out, throw him out would be through to second base.
Yeah.
They go. Ground ball up the middle. Cedeno, an acrobatic double play. Oh, my. What a play by Cedeno to glove it, hit the bag, go airborne, and complete a 6-3 double play.
With it, boy, you've got to have the defense and the pitching. Both of those ingredients been there, including this double play. Just need a little offense there.
Yes, sweet play by Cedeno and perfect timing. Good pitching by Brad Brock. You got to make defensive plays to give yourself an opportunity to snatch a win in the bottom half.
When we see in a post-game show, and at this point, we're not entirely certain the game will end. The commissioner's office says, though, they will play till there's a winner. We're hoping it's the Padres in quickly for you on this Sunday. Let's get you back up to the booth. We'll have Buddy Black. We'll have some fun. We'll have some hijinks. We'll wrap up what's going on around baseball in a couple of moments.
Well, Mike, don't they have to score a run, though, for it to be an official game here?
That's the rule.
Okay.
Just spoke with Bud Selig.
All right. See, that's it about our Fox Sports Live Emmy Award-winning team. They got a direct connection right to the commissioner's office.
Oh, yeah, the hotline.
Maybe the commissioner could send out the formula for a couple of base hits here in the bottom of the 12th inning off the new pitcher, James Russell. Alexi Amarista will pinch hit.
I think the commissioner's office should send out a pizza.
Why didn't we give you just a full steak dinner here? I mean.
All right, well, Alexi Amarista, guys, so that means no more bench for Bud Black. Everybody's been used up.
Lefty against lefty, and he grounds that one by the dive of Rizzo. There goes Amarista to second. Digging it out of the corner is Shearholtz, and the little man, Little Lincha, delivers a pinch double. I thought Rizzo was going to glove it.
You know what, Dick? You talked about this before. You know, late in the game, you usually guard the line, and the Cubs didn't guard the line, and this ball just out of the reach of Rizzo. Big breaking ball. Amarista's way out in front of it, but keeps the barrel on the ball. And look at Rizzo. He's way out the line, and
yes,
he just cannot get to it. And it's a wonder Amarista didn't step on Rizzo going around first to see him get his legs out of the way.
Yeah, he comes up a little gimpy on that right leg, and Paul Navarro, the assistant trainer, going to check for maybe turning an ankle as he rounded first base. Doesn't look serious. First extra base hit of the entire game. Only a total of 11 hits, 10 singles until that ground ball double from Amarista.
Kind of tough to tell because it looks like Amarista, you know, obviously, or maybe right there, right before he got to the bag. Well, hopefully he's okay. Paulie Navarro and Bud Black back to the dugout. Or maybe he's decoying him. He's going to steal third base.
The old Ty Cobb trick. Nick Hundley is the hitter. 0 for 2. Struck out and safe on the fielder's choice, trying to sacrifice the last time. Rizzo creeping in from first base, expecting Hundley to bunt. And then the top of the order, Denorfia, as the Padres try to win it here in the 12th. Amarista out at second. Interesting. Second baseman Darwin Barney charged toward the plate, trying to influence Amarista. And Glenn Hoffman said, no. You get back to second, Amarista. Don't fall for that. Strike one. Russell pitched on Friday night and gave up the home run to Will Venable that broke the tie, 6-6.
I saw that trajectory of the ball off the bat. I thought it was going to be another pop-up on the infield. Just the bat head drops a little bit, kind of poking at it, stabbing at it.
He has only one sacrifice bunt all season. He's tried twice today, failed the first time. Now 2 strikes on him. And that'll drive the Cubs corner infielders back. Murphy at third, Rizzo at first.
Outfield shallow again, shading him towards right center.
Huge hole left center.
He could take one of these off-speed pitches and hook it into left center here and in this game. Castro's playing right behind Amarista at second, so a regular ground ball to short is going to get through. And
now he backs off.
Took a shot at trying to go the other way.
Got catcher Castillo in the cage.
Been catching 12 innings all day.
And then you get one right in the grill.
Get one right in the grill. In the kisser.
Boy.
He rocked backwards on that, too.
Yes, he did.
Padres with a golden chance here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Leadoff double, Amarista. Nothing but zeros on the board here in the 12th inning. Outside again, 2-2.
Yeah, down in the count, 0-2. You get it back to 2-2. And eventually, he's going to have to throw you a strike.
Good hack.
Ninth pitch of this at bat coming up.
It looks like all the pitches, guys, were outside with the exception of one pitch, right? According to Fox Tracks. So Tony, as a hitter, you know, you probably think center of the diamond, right center, but react to the fastball in.
Yeah. Well, this is righty against lefty here, so he hadn't shown that he wanted to come in, so he's going to keep it away.
Runner goes, and a high fly ball to center. Lake is in shallow. He's got a long run to go, and finally captures it. Amarista was almost to third base, so he can tag now and get over to third. So that's a tough break. Amarista was running on the pitch, and with the ball hit that deep, he would have been able to tag and move to third had he read it that way. But once again, he had full motor toward third. He would have stolen third base.
Now, Tony, I was never a base runner, okay? But my gut reaction on that tells me this. I'm going back and tagging no matter what, because if it's over his head, if it's over the wall, it's a home run.
Oh, yeah.
And secondly, even if he doesn't catch the ball, I mean, he's got to get to the baseball, throw accurate. At least you're going to be at third base.
Right.
And if he catches the ball, obviously you tag and go.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I said,
I don't think I would have been trying to steal third in that situation, first of all. But since he did, he got a great jump.
Yeah.
Hundley's got 2 strikes. He can't just give him a shot to steal it. He's got to try to put the ball in play, which he did.
So it's up to Denorfio with 1 out with Will Venable on deck.
Kind of surprised they're going to pitch to Denorfio here.
No, they're going to walk him. Good hitter against left-handed pitching. They'd rather play the percentages, lefty against lefty. But as we told you all afternoon long, in the last 15 games, Will Venable hitting a .414 pace against left-handed pitching. He was 0 for 2 against Chris Russin, the starter for the Cubs today. Also with a walk. Singled off Strop. And if we go back to Friday, the last time these two met, Russell on the mound and Venable at the plate. Will Venable punished him 441 feet on that home run.
And it wasn't the breaking ball, it was the location of that breaking ball because he wanted it down and away. He left it up. And maybe Russell's thinking about that and trying to overcompensate a little bit and bounce a breaking ball back to the screen.
Ball one. Slight shift on by the Cubs with shortstop Castro playing only about 8-10 feet from the bag at second. Well off the line at third is Murphy.
Right now the Cubs are saying you're gonna have to beat us going the other way because we ain't coming in.
Ball two. What do you look for here, Tony?
Just 2-0, just whatever it is, take your swing. Don't try to be super aggressive with it. All day today, we've seen Padre hitters ahead in the count, and Cub pitchers going soft.
High fastball, 2-1.
Situation, just make sure you're swinging at strikes.
And Marista, the winning run out at second base, 1 out. Popped him up, and that'll go out of play. So 2-2 to Venable. Jed Jerko on deck. Broken bat ground ball to second. They get the force there, but no way to double up Venable as Amarista moves to third. We'll see how they work Jerko here, first and third. Do they load him up? Take their chances with Headley, or are they going to pitch to the rookie Jerko?
Looks like they're going to pitch to him.
The Padres 0 for 9 now. Runners in scoring position today. 1 for 19 in the last 2 games. They're due to pick up a big hit. This would win it. Runner goes to second, and that's defensive indifference. Venable then at second base, so they won't get a force at the middle bag. 1 strike to Jerko. Against right-handed hitters, they're producing a .310 average and 4 home runs against Russell. And he's quickly ahead of Jerko, 2 strikes. Amarista at third, Venable at second. No score here in the 12th inning.
That ball, it did not move, didn't get out of his seat.
Didn't even pick up the binoculars to see it coming, incoming.
Right to him.
Change up, not biting.
Padres looking for their 7th walk-off win of the season. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th. Winning run 90 feet away, Amarista. High fly ball to center field. Late going back. Has plenty of room out there. And we're on our way to the 13th inning with no score. My, oh my, oh my. And Padres, 0-0. One of the longest games of the entire season for the Padres, who are playing in their 12th extra inning game. They're 6-5. 7-5 are the Cubs in overtime. This now matches the second longest game of the season. 2 other times going 13. Brad Boxberger is the new pitcher, and Amarista stays in the game at second base for Jerko. Boxberger, the 6th Padre pitcher.
And Brad twirled an inning last night. 2 hits, 2 strikeouts.
And the first man that Boxberger will face is Darnell McDonald. He's been in the on deck circle about 4 times in this game.
You're right.
Just hasn't worked out until now that he's able to pinch hit. McDonald, then the top of the order, Castro and Rizzo. Broken bat. So the Padre relief corps, tip your cap to them. 16 consecutive scoreless innings by the bullpen in this series. Nice going, young lady.
Yeah, that's doing what they call some dealing. I don't know if that word was used on the lingo night, baseball vernacular night last Monday, but when a pitcher or pitchers are just mowing them down, that's called dealing. Yo.
1 and 2.
I just dropped
McDonald.
I know, I heard you.
Kind of like Yo MTV Raps.
Boy spelled backwards. Fouled out of play.
Oi, oi, oi.
I'd go for a hot dog right now, wouldn't you?
Professor, you know what? I know you like some hot dogs now.
We're about 4.5 hours in. I'd say, it's supper time, isn't it? 5:30 almost. Not that you have hot dog for supper, but when you're at the ballpark, it always tastes like supper. 2-2 now to McDonald.
About that time of the evening when Mom's getting that ring of that triangle hanging out on the porch, right?
Yeah. You know that's good if Mom's out there. Line drive, base hit. McDonald, a sharp single to left. That's the Cubs' 5th hit of the game.
Change up.
You know what? That hit just reminded me of something, Tony. You and I were talking about before the game. It's tough enough to get a hit in the big leagues as it is, right? Well, this man sitting in between us had 3,141 hits. Right, Tony?
Yeah.
And you know what Tony told me before the game? And I can't say it on the air. He made over 6,000 outs in his career.
See, he's not perfect.
How about that? Now, if you think about that.
Think about it.
He made over 6,000 outs.
I failed an awful lot.
But
man.
Lifetime average of 330 what?
338.
338. Castro. 2-0.
Just keeps you humble.
That's a game of failure.
Yeah, it is. And it's learning to deal with it.
If you're a quarterback in the NFL and you're 1 out of 3, you're not going to play much.
Anything else, basketball, 1 out of 3 is not going to get it done.
In this game, you're a star.
Oh, you're a hero in this game.
You get a statue if you do that, right? If you're successful.
If you do it in the same place for 20 years, good chance. Good chance.
And it is a beauty. Now Boxberger in trouble here. Leadoff single, and he's 2-0 to Castro. He's trying to end it with one swing.
Out of his shoes.
Yeah, think down in the zone. Try to work a grounder. That was a slider there. And you know what? It was kind of a hanger too.
Yep.
Didn't exactly keep his head on the ball,
That's
did
what
he?
you call overswinging right there.
McDonald's only been up with the Cubs, just up from the farm. McDonald, 16 at bats. Now 17 with that base hit, no stolen base.
Castro trying to bunt the runner into scoring position, and just both sides today just really haven't been able to get that bunt down.
You mentioned earlier, Mark Grant, that he's a good double play candidate.
Yes.
Padres are set. Again, he has the backside going one way and swing the other.
I just think if the Cubs are going to turn the corner, this is the guy that's got to help them get there. He's an all-star his first 2 years. 200 hits.
Still a relative baby.
Yeah.
Is he 23?
Just locked him up a multi-year deal, and this year's the first year he's hitting 236. Only got 8 stolen bases.
He's got the junior slump instead of the sophomore.
So in order for them to get going right, this is the guy I think that they got to get going.
And the count full. Here's a big pitch now. No one out. Runner at first. Big hitters all left-handed. Rizzo, Shearholtz, Bogusevic to follow Castro.
You might see him go here.
Good chance.
He does. Ground ball right through the hole. A perfect run and hit. On to third goes McDonald, and the Cubs have their most serious threat of the entire game here in the 13th inning. First and third, no one out.
Changeup.
So both McDonald and Castro singles on the changeup.
And it's like he just saw Cedeno go into cover, and he just pulls it right where the shortstop was.
Well, there's a case of how it pays off to have the runner going.
Yep.
If he's not going, that's a sure double play ball.
I think he described it exactly right. I think that was a running hit. He was just protecting the plate that time and saw the shortstop cover and decided to take a shot at that hole and hit it.
Brings up Rizzo, leads the team in runs batted in with 69. Singled way back in the first inning to left field and hit that line drive off Luke Gregerson right back to the box that Gregerson was able to spear, saved a run. Two and 0. Rick Renteria, the bench coach there with Bud Black. 3 and 0. And the bases are loaded. A 4-pitch walk. Rizzo aboard. Pushes Castro to second. McDonald at third. Boxberger unable to get an out so far in the 13th. Now a play at every base as Nate Sherholt steps up. 1-for-5.
Well, Darren Balsley out to have a chat. One of the few times that we've seen Darren Balsley go out there with the run that these Padre relievers have had. Hey, you know what? In situations like this, just you've got to concentrate on making a good quality pitch the first pitch. Maybe it's a breaking ball, but working down the zone, the infield's going to be, in the middle, probably, again, to try to get that run at the plate. Just concentrate on working down. If you're going to miss down.
If you induce that comeback here, 1, 2, 3, you got a chance for that double play. Infield drawn in. Sherholt second to Rizzo in home runs and RBIs this year. You got to throw a strike.
First pitch changeup missing.
5 straight balls thrown by Boxberger after he's given up a single to McDonald, a pinch hitter to start the inning, and Castro a ground single to left. Guzman goes to the plate. Oh, no. And everyone's safe. The run scores as he hits the batter right in the helmet.
Unbelievable.
That's a double play ball. It's going to be 3-2-3 instead. Guzman.
You know what? The runner's running down. It's not like he just got hit. That is one of the first. I've never ever seen that ever.
Unbelievable.
He's in the baseline and hits him right in the helmet.
So the Cubs finally score on what would have to rate as a freakish play.
Well, he fell down at the plate. Sherholt fell down at the plate.
And so when he got up,
he didn't even see it coming.
That would have been a sure double play because he wasn't up the line at all, as you could see. And of course, the runner, McDonald, scoring easily on the play. It would have been a force there, and then the throw to first. So it's a fielder's choice.
Boy,
no RBI and an error to Guzman.
You know what, guys? He is very lucky. It looks like this ball being thrown hits the helmet first. Here's where he stumbles, loses his ground. Okay, now his eyes are off the play, right? He's concentrating on getting up. He looks up, and all of a sudden, he's got a Rawlings right in his grill.
And for Guzman, when he threw the ball, he wasn't in that position. He was coming up into the ball. So 1-0 as the Cubs have scored here on what would have been a sure double play ball.
It reminds me of the World Series in '7, whatever, Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
Standing in the middle of the baseline.
Yep, when he moved his hip into the throw.
Yeah. And he didn't get hit on purpose, but same result.
And now Bogdan Savage hits a deep drive to right center field. Denorfia makes the catch, but tagging is Castro, and he'll score easily. And moving over to third is Rizzo. It's 2-0 Cubs. Bogusevic with the sacrifice fly. That would have been the third out. And we'd been on to the bottom of the 13th inning. But for a most incredible play. Still only one out, and the batter is Junior Lake. Infield hit the last time. Infield still in, although up the middle they're back a couple of steps in double play position, and they play the safety squeeze. Foul back. Boy, how fortunate is Sherholtz that that wasn't serious. It was just high enough to hit the helmet.
Hit the billet cap or bill the helmet. You're right, Dick.
And that could have been right between the eyes. Oh, 1-2 to Lake.
Well, if he doesn't fall down at home plate, I don't even think it's a double play. If he doesn't fall down, you know, he's twisted and kind of rolled his ankle on the swing.
No, he would no way he would have gotten back to first. The ball was already at home plate when he was only 15 feet up the line. Swing and a miss, strike three. There's the second out of the inning. And we'll bring up Donnie Murphy, and the infield can move back.
Up and in. My buddy's just, you can see the disgust on his face there. What a bad break that was.
First and third, 2 outs. Murphy has struck out twice and popped up flied out.
It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
You know what? We didn't even see an argument there. I mean, Buddy didn't even.
You can't.
Nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing you can
Nothing
do.
you can do. It's just.
It's like a runner not getting down at second base on a double play. I mean, you get in the grill, you're in the throwing line, you're in the throwing line.
Had he been running full force, Guzman would have stepped out and had a better angle at the plate, but he didn't see anyone in his way when he threw the ball. And then all of a sudden, like a jack in the box, up comes Sherholtz right into the flight of the ball. That's a new way to win a ball game.
Where was that?
All kinds of ways to use your head, but that's a little ridiculous.
You talk about taking one for the team? That's taking one for the team.
Look at this last pitch by Boxberger.
Pretty close on tracks. In fact, you know what? Not even pretty close. That's a strike.
Fly ball right field. Denorfia circling toward the line. And that'll end it here in the top of the 13th. A wild and wacky 13th. Sherholtz with the bases loaded. Crumbles on the swing, and then when he gets up, the throw by Guzman right into the tip of his helmet. Fortunate it wasn't more serious, and Guzman had no idea. All of a sudden, here's a runner right in the sideline as he's firing to home. Two, and the Padres answer with 2. Well, some would say 13 an unlucky number, and it surely seemed to be so for the Padres with a throw by Guzman hitting Sherholtz in the head that led to 2 runs, and then the Padres come back, and Cedeno's gamble of making that double or triple paid off because he scored on the wild pitch to tie the game. Castillo, and then Barney and McDonald to bat for the Cubs in the 14th against Brad Boxberger, who's off the hook at least for the moment. And he falls behind 2-0 to Castillo. 1 for 4 on the game, a single and a walk. A couple of strikeouts, fly ball to center. Venable right in position. Let's go down to Laura. What do you have for us?
Well, Dick, just as we are all marveling at how bizarre that 13th inning was, so are the Padres in the dugout looking at each other, laughing, and even Kristen Norfia saying very loudly, that was ridiculous. I think that's only one way that you can put it. Now, I think Bud Black, somewhere over on the other side of the dugout, is probably saying to himself, that's baseball. One of his favorite phrases, guys.
That's right. He does that with the press all the time. What do you want to call that? Just baseball. That's baseball.
And you know, the other thing about Bud Black, not only managing the team, but you talk about a coaching staff and a manager that maintains the energy on that bench, try to keep the guys up for a game like this. I mean, that's part of the gig too, right? Yeah. Staying positive, having good energy. Rick Renteria's like that. Buddy Black's like that.
I remember when you were a kid, you got extra innings. That was, hey, we get to play more.
Free baseball for the fans, right?
Barney fouls it away, and the count 1-2 on the second baseman. After his big night last night, he was the offense in the 3-2 win. 0 for 4 with a walk today. Pulled of the shortstop Cedeno. 2 away. And that brings up Darnell McDonald, who delivered a pinch hit single to lead off the 13th to start the 2-run Cubs inning, and then stayed in the game for Sherholtz.
A lot of fans have hung around for all 14 innings.
And fans rewarded with a souvenir. There's a gentleman with a 44 in his back. The ball just rolled right to him. Lighthouse. Right to the lighthouse, that one. He's got 2.
Got a cup.
Foul tip, 1-2. Hold that prime rib over there at the Ritz-Carlton in Scottsdale. Fly ball. Then for Norfia. there, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Boxberger. Bottom of the 14th, it's tied at 2. Inning as the Cubs got 2 in a well said bizarre manner, but the Padres came back. Guzman, a 1-out double to left center field, and then Ronnie Cedeno clearing the head of center fielder Blake and makes a double into a triple and scores on this wild pitch by the reliever Kevin Gregg. So a blown save as Gregg gives up 2 runs, and we move on. New pitcher is Hector Rondon for the Cubs. Rondon making his 36th appearance, a couple of wins, but an ERA pretty inflated, 5.73. 6 home runs in 44 innings. He'll face Nick Huntley, then Denorfia and Venable, who wants to be the Padres star here in the bottom of the 14th inning. 8th pitcher used by the Cubs, and a fly ball dropped by Castro, and safe at first is Huntley. Oh, that ball's got to be caught. What's happening? Check the alignment of the moon and Mars here.
Oh, we've seen some weird stuff this afternoon. This ball off the bat, first I thought it was going to be no chance. Right? It's over his head. But then I see Castro kind of swipe at it.
They're going to call that a hit?
Looked like a very catchable ball. And Nick was even, I think from Nick's perspective, he thought it was over his head because he started to make that little loop.
Right.
So he could turn first base.
Well, you take it.
Yeah, believe it.
They call it a hit. Thank you, Mr. Castro. Denorfia swinging away. It's maybe one of those situations where you tell him going up there you're going to bunt, but take one swing.
Get one, exactly. He took a shot at right field on that one.
A single and a walk for Denorfia. His 7th plate appearance in the game. And he's swinging again. Watch out.
Shot again.
Will Venable on deck.
The reason it would be is because pitcher spot is coming out here after Venable.
That's
right. No
right.
position guys left, so say, okay, go ahead, take a shot.
Excellent point. Fly ball, that's going to drop over the head of Castro. A little soft punch base hit by Denorfia. Kill him with kindness inning here for the Padres. A couple of looping Flair base hits. Hundley and DeNorfia.
So curveball that, not a bad pitch. He went down and got it.
Ask you guys this question because you guys would know better than me. Any of those starting pitchers, pretty good swing, pretty good hitters over there that you might pinch hit box for Boxberger if you bunt these guys in the scoring position?
I say you bunt them over.
I don't know if they're gonna.
Will Venable.
Not with Will.
Stoltz has come out on deck.
Not with Will up there, yeah.
Oh.
Fouls that one off his instep. So Venable has been the hitting star of late, has walked in a base hit today. He's enjoyed the celebration of a walk-off base hit. Well, he's the right man, the right spot.
Yep.
The way he's been hitting. Ground ball, fair ball. Rizzo gets the put out, and that serves as a sacrifice. Runners go to second and third, one out. And Eric Stoltz, a good hitting pitcher, had a base hit last night against Samardzija. He also lined up.
With the way things are going this game, guys, I'm surprised that ball didn't hit the bag. I thought that ball was going to hit the first base bag, take a wicked hop.
What are the Cubs going to do? They're going to go with a 5-man infield, maybe? See, let's see.
Dale Swain's pointing to the center fielder to come in, Lake.
So they're going to probably play a 5-man infield.
Let's look at the trajectory of the ball hit by Venable, how close it came to the bag. It sure did. It just skipped over the top. Yeah. It would have been a nice little carom into foul territory that might have won it.
Dale Swain talking to Junior Lake there, and I'm guessing, Tony, like you said, going with the 5th infielder.
Next to Cashner, Stoltz, the best hitting pitcher for the Padres. On the season, he's .9 for 50 as a double and a home run.
See, with this 5-man infield, I don't know how much infield Junior Lake has played, but as an outfielder, a ground ball to him, if you're playing contact here, a ground ball to him, I don't know if he can field this like an infielder.
Nope. Stoltz went around.
Another thing, too, now that he's on the infield, he's got that big glove out there. That might come into play as well. I mean,
getting it out quickly.
Getting out of the glove quick enough to throw it to a base.
Quickly behind on the count, 2 strikes.
Talk about how hard it is for a pinch hitter to pinch hit. Now you got a pitcher going up here hitting.
With the game on the line.
The game on the line, and he hadn't swinging a strike yet. Both of those balls are way out of his zone.
Headley on deck. And he didn't see a strike. 3 pitches, and he takes a seat.
There's no way I'm going to throw him a strike. He'll go up the ladder.
Now, will they pitch to Headley? Or would they rather take their chances righty against righty? Guzman on deck. Ball 1.
Be interesting with the next pitch what he throws to Headley.
I don't think he's going to throw him a strike myself.
See if he might chase a couple. If he doesn't, then they'll put him on.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because then a force at any base.
Yep, and have a right-hand hitter come up.
No, it's on the strike at 96.
Surprise, surprise.
Guzman's been on base 4 times, 3 walks and a double. Winning run 90 feet away, Nick Hundley. Deep drive to right, but it's hooking foul. Oh, my. That had the distance.
That's what I mean. You don't want to mess around inside on Chase Headley. Maybe you throw him that slider down and in to see if he'll chase it, but
1-2 the count. He's got a good heater, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Huntley and DeNorthia with looping singles to open the inning. Ground out Venable to move them to second and third. Strikeout pinch hitter Stoltz. Now 2-2 to Chase Headley. In the dirt, 3-2.
tried it. He didn't bite.
Rondon can get that fastball to 97. If he tries to go up and out of the zone, maybe get a sailor off the glove. Back to the screen.
I think he's going to come back with that same pitch. I just can't see him challenging Headley here. Game on the line.
Strike three called. Headley in disbelief. And then Hoffman and others come and push him away. Let's see if that was a strike. Tailing away from Headley. Pretty good pitch.
Mark and I enjoyed it just like you are. Some free baseball, and man, this one has really been wacky. All 4 runs scored in, let's just call it unconventional style.
Yeah, this when you shake your head, Mike, and understand too, from the manager's standpoint, gets very difficult who to use. The Padres don't have anybody on the bench, but now Bud Black has to figure out his pitching side.
Hey, don't forget, Andrew Kashner started this thing through a whale of a ball game.
I thought he threw last week.
Let's get you back up to the booth. Dick Enberg, Tony Gwynn, and Mark Grant.
On we go. Second longest. There's a line drive base hit. As Starlin Castro gets the Cubs going here in the 15th inning. Castro singled his last time. That'll bring up Anthony Rizzo as Dale Thayer greeted on his first pitch. He worked the 9th inning, gave up a hit yesterday. Rizzo a single and a walk. 1 for 5. Two and 0. pop fly back of home plate. Hundley won't be able to get to it. Two runs, 11 hits for the Padres. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Cubs. Padres have left 14. Chicago stranding 10. In the top of the 15th, Castro there at first base. Game has moved past the 5-hour mark. Three balls and a strike now to Rizzo. And a full count now to Anthony Rizzo. Got a pitch right in his power zone there.
He did.
Late on the swing.
See if they send Castro here.
He goes, and it's fouled away. Well, fans may enjoy the extra inning games, but I'll tell you 2 men in this ballpark that do not like this kind of game, and that's Dale Swain and Bud Black, because they're burning up the bullpen.
Yeah.
Thayer's the 7th pitcher used by the Padres. Rondon is the 9th for the Cubs. Rizzo delivers a base hit to left field, and the first 2 men on against Thayer here in the top of the 15th.
About this 5 hours ago, Rizzo shown the ability to be willing to hit the ball the other way. There's a fastball out on the plate.
Well, we're talking about scorecard management. The Cubs Rondon out there on the mound for the Cubs in the dugout, but no more arms in the Cubs bullpen.
Cole Gillespie is going to pinch hit. With 2 on and no one out against Thayer here in the 15th. Rizzo, the first Cub with 2 hits today. Gillespie, it's a perfect bunt to the third baseman. And they just get him at first. He can run. No sacrifice bunt. 5-4 on the put-up.
Squares it up, lays it down the line. Only play Headley's got is to go to first.
Padres had second and third, 1 out in the last of the 14th, but couldn't get that winning run home. Now here's the Cubs, second and third, 1 out.
They put him on.
And Bogusevic won't get a chance to swing the bat. Had a sacrifice fly, one of the 2 runs in the 13th. Take their chances with Junior Lake, a right-handed batter. Time-wise, this becomes the longest game of the entire season for the Padres. We're 2 minutes away from the 5-hour mark. So that was the old mark, 4:58 against Toronto. I was looking over my watch. We've gone more than 4:58 here.
I know I haven't done a whole lot of games, but I was like, wow, we're over the 5-hour mark.
Meeting at the mound, Balsley going over the game plan with Thayer. Lake, infield hit in 6 at-bats. He struck out twice.
And once again, probably just a little reminder from Nick Hundley, hey, you got to realize the comebacker, the 1-2-3, and if it's hit to Guzman at first base, don't hit him in the head.
94 on the fastball. A little extra on that.
The problem here with the infield in is that Rizzo at second could get a huge lead.
Base hit would equal 2 then.
Just about.
Another 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and Lake's in the hole, 2 strikes.
And he's a third of the way off second base, right?
Yep.
All the infielders in front of him.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, he can get off. He can get as far off as Cedeno is, or even Amarista at second base. Just make sure after the pitch is thrown, you get back to second base.
And the way you could pick him off is if the center fielder came in. Yeah. 2 strikes. Another fastball. After Lake, Donnie Murphy. Number 44 is looking for his 3rd souvenir. The woman beats him to it. Good. Huntley out to talk with Dale Thayer. Now returns to home plate. Castro at 3rd. Rizzo at 2nd. Bogusevic at first base, 1 out, and 1 and 2 on Lake. Swept to 3rd. Headley to the plate, doesn't hit the runner. And there was a real possibility it might, because as Castro ran to the plate, he was right in the throwing lane for Headley.
I think that throw was on the foul side of the base run. As we take a look, Headley's momentum takes it to foul territory. Yes, it was on the foul side of home plate. Throw that dart, make the good throw, force play, foot on the plate for Hundley.
Smart play by Headley to continue running across the foul line.
Yeah.
Give himself an angle to get the ball to Hundley.
Bases remain loaded, but 2 outs now, and the infield can move back. Donnie Murphy wearing the collar, 0 for 6. 0 for 5. He was hit by a pitch. Hit in the backside by Cashner in the 7th. One and 1. Well, 22,762 were here to see Cashner and Russin duel for 7 innings of shutout ball. Fans say we've invested in this. We want to see who's going to win it.
Yep.
In case you're just joining in the Little League World Series, and for the consolation game, Tijuana defeated Westport, Connecticut 15-14. But our East Lake team lost to Japan in the championship game 6-4. Popped up back toward us. That might come in just off the grill in front of our broadcast booth. I think it was the ball was frightened by your shirt over there.
Yeah,
Mike. Might have had it otherwise. 2-2. Ground ball, tough play. Headley on the run. Gets him. Oh my. On a bang bang play. A couple of good plays by the third baseman. The Gold Glove of Chase Headley pays off here in the 15th inning. Bases loaded. Guzman with a double play ball throwing to home plate. Sherholtz would fall and gets up and right in the line of sight of Guzman, and a couple of runs would score. But the Padres in the bottom of the 13th got a double from Guzman, a triple from Cedeno, and Cedeno hustling to third to make it a triple, and then Gregg's wild pitch, and Cedeno, even though he doesn't slide here, scores the tying run as Gregg was handcuffed by the throw from his catcher Castillo.
The cotton candy mustache. Love it.
Yeah, it's my favorite too.
Fans getting innovative here. Rally mustaches, rally caps, any old kind of a run.
15th inning. Guzman off the fist and a roller to the shortstop Castro. One away. Logan Forsythe. Logan is 1 for 6 on the afternoon.
Well, guys, the scorecard management, we talked about it last half inning. The only guys I have left on the bench for the Cubs, Cody Ransom, San Diego bullpen, Colt Hines. Tim Stauffer's not going to pitch. He pitched 4 1/3 innings 2 nights ago, so don't even count on him. That's my gut feeling. Nobody left on the Padre bench.
Forsythe to left center field. Lake over, and he can't make the play. Falls between Lake and Bogusevic. And a 1-out single for Forsythe. Lake really rounded that one off.
Four-seamer, Tony.
Yep. Up. He gets on top of it.
Winning run on.
Left center.
Cedeno, who had the big triple over the head of Lake with 2 outs in the 13th inning to drive in a run, and then later scored himself on the wild pitch by Kevin Gregg.
And Dick, nobody left on the Padres bench and no arms left in the Cubs bullpen, so that's the latest on the scorecard management.
You have any eligibility?
No, Padres are trying to win. We could get Tony to get an ad.
Well, I was thinking you might go pitch for the Cubs.
You said.
There you go. Nice. Go in disguise, and it's a very lonely part of the ball game here in the 15th inning. Tim Stauffer and the bullpen catcher and
How you doing?
For the Cubs.
Cedeno with his first RBI as a Padre for that triple in the 13th. Third baseman Murphy has to go for the put out at first base, and that moves Forsythe into scoring position with 2 outs. And Alexi Amarista with a chance to win it. Amarista entered the game as a pinch hitter and doubled in the 12th inning. Flied out to left his last time. And he won't get a chance to hit. They'll put him on intentionally. Padres are 1 for 16 today. Runners in scoring position after struggling through 1 for 10 last night. 2 for 26 in the 2 games. So the Cubs will take their chances with Nick Hundley. Here are the totals. We're in the 15th inning. Bottom of the 15th, 2 out, 2 on. And Hundley, who looked a single off Castro's glove in the 14th inning. Hundley is 1 for 4.
You guys ready to go home? know, Rizzo playing way off that line at first base. Nick Conley, you can see him trying to shoot the ball that way. That foul ball over the Padre dugout, but he hits one there. Game winner.
Forsythe at second. Emery at first, 2 outs in the bottom of the 15th inning. A 2-2 tie. No score until the 13th when the Cubs got 2 in a wild and weird, bizarre way. Padres countered with 2, tying it on a wild pitch.
Line drive, right field. It's going to fall for a hit. Here comes Forsythe. Lake's throw won't be in time. The Padres win it 3-2. Celebration, not only because the Padres with a walk-off win, because Hundley finally ended this marathon. 5 hours and 13 minutes, 15 innings, and the Padres win it 3-2. Grab the resuscitators as we go to Mike Pomerantz.
Well, I guess Mike and Mark have dozed off, so we'll just continue on. Nothing else for us to do.